Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I don't know why I do this to myself, but I always end up doing my food shopping late at night. Not just late, really late. The kind of late where the roads feel abandoned, and the only places open are gas stations and 24-hour stores. I guess I just like the quiet. No crowds, no lines, no waiting around for some slow-moving family to clear out of the aisle so I can grab a loaf of bread. Just in and out, quick and easy. That night was no different. It was close to 2 a.m. by the time I finished at the Walmart. My trunk was full of plastic bags, the cold air from the store still clinging to me as I sat in the driver's seat, rubbing my hands together for warmth. The parking lot was mostly empty, a few scattered cars here and there, probably belonging to overnight stalkers or other late-night shoppers like me. The glow of the store's fluorescent lights buzzed in my rearview mirror as I backed out of my spot and made my way to the exit. The drive home was quiet, just the way I liked it. The streetlights cast long, empty shadows over the road, and the occasional car passed by in the opposite lane, headlights glaring for a second before disappearing into the darkness. I kept the radio on low, flipping through stations, but nothing good was on. Just static, commercials, and songs I didn't care for. I was a few minutes from home when I hit the red light. I knew this light well. It was the only thing standing between me and my turn into the complex. And it was one of those lights that could take forever to change if you were the only one waiting. Sometimes, if you didn't get there just right, the sensor wouldn't pick you up, and you'd have to sit there for what felt like an eternity until another car came along to trigger it. I sighed, settling in for the wait. There wasn't another soul in sight. The road was empty in both directions. Just me, the glow of the traffic light, and the quiet hum of the engine. I started flipping through the radio again, leaning back in my seat, one hand lazily draped over the wheel. The red light seemed to stretch on forever. I was getting impatient, tapping my fingers on my knee, debating whether I should just run it. I'd never done that before, but at this hour, who would care? It wasn't like a cop was lurking in the shadows, waiting to pull me over for it. Still, I waited. Something about breaking that little rule, even at this hour, just didn't sit right with me. So I went back to the radio, flipping through static and half-played songs, trying to find something to keep me entertained for the few extra minutes I had to sit here. Finally, the light changed. The red flicked off, and the green glow lit up my windshield. I almost didn't notice at first. I was too busy flipping past another song I didn't like. But then I sat up, put my hand on the gear shift, and started easing my foot onto the gas. That's when it happened. A blur. A streak of headlights. A shape flying past in the darkness, cutting through the intersection at a speed that shouldn't have been possible. The sedan tore through the red light at what had to be over 100 miles an hour, maybe more. I caught just a glimpse of it, a silver streak, a blur of taillights. No hesitation, no slowing down. It shot past like a bullet, like the red light didn't even exist. My foot froze on the pedal. My heart slammed against my ribs. It took a second to process what had just happened. If I had gone when the light changed, if I had been paying attention instead of flipping through the radio, I would have been in the intersection. Right there, directly in its path. I could see it in my head, playing out like some twisted alternate reality. The moment my tires rolled forward, the impact would have been instant. No time to react. No time to hit the brakes. That car would have smashed into the driver's side of my car going full speed. The math was simple. A sedan hitting me at that speed, I wouldn't have walked away from it. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, staring at the empty space where that car had just been. My heart was still racing, my breath coming short and fast. The road was silent again, as if nothing had happened. The only proof of it was the echo of my pulse in my ears and the sick feeling in my stomach. I didn't move. I couldn't. My light was still green, but I just sat there, gripping the wheel so hard my knuckles ached. The road stretched out in front of me, empty once again, as if daring me to move. Eventually, I swallowed hard and took my foot off the brake. I eased through the intersection, hands trembling on the wheel. My apartment complex was just a minute down the road, but it felt like the longest drive of my life. When I finally pulled into my parking spot, I turned off the car and just sat there. The adrenaline was wearing off. leaving me shaky and cold. I thought about what had just happened, what almost happened. I could have died tonight. And the only thing that saved me was a stupid song on the radio I didn't like. I got out of the car and grabbed my groceries, but my hands were still shaking. The cold night air felt sharper now, like it was cutting through my jacket. I locked the car and walked toward my building, my ears still ringing with the phantom sound of that car roaring past. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying that moment over and over in my head. The flash of headlights, the streak of silver, the violent, terrifying speed of it. It haunted me for weeks. Every time I drove at night, every time I stopped at a red light, I hesitated. I caught myself glancing left and right, waiting to see if another car would come flying through the intersection, waiting for the moment I wouldn't be lucky enough to be distracted. I still think about it sometimes, about how close I was, about how, if I had gone just a second earlier, I wouldn't be here writing this, all because of a song on the radio. When I got the promotion to open a new office for my company, I was excited. It was a big step in my career, and I wanted everything to be perfect. Hiring the right people was a huge part of that, and when we found Marlene for the receptionist position, it felt like a great fit. She was this sweet little old lady, probably in her late 60s, with silver hair always neatly pinned back and a warm, motherly demeanor. From the moment she started, she made the office feel like home. She had this habit of bringing in baked goods almost every day, cookies, brownies, lemon bars, all kinds of treats. She always said that her husband had a sweet tooth, and she never learned how to bake in small batches. With their kids grown and out of the house, she always had too much, so she brought the extras to work. We all loved it. It was nice having someone in the office who added a little warmth to the place, someone who made it feel more than just a sterile, corporate environment. She would tell us these funny stories about her husband, Jim. The way she described him, he sounded like a real character, grumbling about her taking too long at the grocery store, getting lost on the way to a restaurant they had been to a dozen times, mumbling in his sleep about some nonsense. It was always something lighthearted, always a story that made us laugh. I never thought much about it. People talk about their spouses all the time. She never said anything weird or concerning, just the normal, everyday things you'd expect from a couple who had been married for decades. I thought it was sweet. I thought she was sweet. Then August came, and everything changed. One afternoon, the office was unusually quiet. People were murmuring in small groups, whispering about something. I wasn't sure what was going on until someone finally pulled me aside and showed me a news article on their phone. It was a short piece, just a few paragraphs, but it was enough. An elderly man, missing since Christmas, had been found. His body was discovered in the trunk of a car, hacked into pieces, wrapped in a carpet. The suspect was his wife, Marlene. At first, it didn't register. It didn't make sense. The Marlene I knew, the Marlene who baked cookies for us, who told funny stories, who never had a bad word to say about anyone, couldn't have done something like this. It had to be a mistake. But it wasn't. The details trickled in over the next few days. The police had started investigating after Jim's adult children reported him missing. They had been trying to reach him since Christmas, but every time they asked their mom about him, she would give vague answers. Oh, he's out running errands, or he's napping, or he's visiting an old friend. Eventually, they grew suspicious. They pushed harder. She started avoiding their calls altogether. That's when they went to the police. The investigation led them to her car. And inside the trunk, wrapped up in layers of carpet, were the remains of Jim. It turned out that on Christmas night, while he was asleep, she slit his throat. Then she used a hacksaw to cut him up, piece by piece. And then she wrapped him up, rolled the carpet, and stuffed him into the trunk of her car. And that's where he stayed, for 8 months, through the heat of summer, through the cold of winter, through all the time she had been coming to work, baking cookies, telling stories about him, acting like everything was completely normal. I thought back to every day I had spent around her, every time she smiled at me, every time she handed me a cookie or laughed at some joke. And the entire time, her husband's body was sitting in the parking lot in the trunk of her car, decaying, rotting, and she never let on. Not once. I couldn't make sense of it. I tried to think back to anything, any moment that might have hinted at something being off, but there was nothing. No signs, no red flags. She wasn't distant, she wasn't nervous. She wasn't anything except sweet, warm, and friendly. I thought about the food she brought in, about all the times I ate something she made, sitting at my desk, never once considering where it came from, what hands had made it. I thought about those hands, steady enough to cut through bone, to saw through flesh. The same hands that had passed me a brownie just the day before she was arrested. I thought about all the stories she told, how she would laugh and roll her eyes at the things Jim supposedly said or did, even though by then he had already been dead for months. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't stop thinking about her, about the trunk, about the smell, because there had to have been one, but I never noticed it. No one did. How? The news coverage went on for weeks. Neighbors were interviewed, people who had known them for years. Everyone said the same thing. Marlene was sweet. Marlene was kind. Marlene wasn't capable of something like this. And yet she was. I never went to visit her in jail. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to hear her voice. I didn't want to know if she would still try to act like the same sweet old lady I had worked with for months. I wanted to forget she ever existed, but I couldn't. Some people in the office handled it better than others. Some moved on quickly, chalking it up to one of those weird, crazy news stories that don't seem real. Others, like me, couldn't let it go. It stuck with us. The idea that someone could be so normal, so unassuming, and yet be capable of something so monstrous. A few weeks after her arrest, we got a new receptionist. A younger woman, quiet and polite, who kept mostly to herself. She didn't bake. She didn't tell stories. And honestly, I was grateful for that. Because after Marlene, I didn't want to hear another story about someone's husband. I didn't want to eat another homemade cookie. I didn't want to get too comfortable around anyone again. I learned something from all of it, something I wish I didn't know. People can wear masks. And sometimes, the sweetest ones hide the darkest secrets. It was one of those nights, the kind of night you look forward to for weeks. My best friend and I had planned this sleepover for a while, and we were both excited. I remember how the day went. After school, we spent hours playing video games, talking about random stuff, and sharing some of our weirdest thoughts. It was one of those nights where you just relax, enjoy each other's company, and let time pass by. By 2:30 in the morning, we were both fast asleep. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of my nightlight near the window. The only sound was the gentle hum of the fan I always kept on to keep the room cool, and the soft breathing of my friend on the other side of the room. At some point, I woke up, unsure of what exactly had stirred me. It wasn't a loud noise or anything sudden. It was more of a vague sense that something was off. The kind of feeling that makes your mind click back into consciousness, but without a clear reason why. My friend, still asleep, was lying on his back, breathing steadily. I glanced around the room, just to make sure everything was as it should be. Everything seemed normal, except for something I hadn't expected. In the corner of my eye, I saw the backdrop for my YouTube videos, the one I used for all the gaming content I made. I had set it up earlier that evening to create a nice background for when we played games and talked. It was hung loosely on a stand near the far wall, just sitting there against the backdrop of my messy room. But now, it wasn't where I remembered it. The backdrop, which was hanging loosely on its frame, was floating across the room. At first, I thought I might still be dreaming. You know that feeling when you wake up, but you're not entirely sure if you're still asleep or not. My mind was foggy, and I tried to shake off the thought. But no, it wasn't a dream. The backdrop, a large piece of fabric attached to a cheap metal frame, was slowly gliding across the floor, moving about a foot or so. The fabric billowed out slightly as if caught in an invisible breeze, and it shifted silently across the room with no clear explanation. I froze. My heart beat faster, and my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't like a gust of wind blew it. There was no draft. No windows were open. The fan was still running, but it wasn't strong enough to move anything like that. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. The backdrop moved slowly at first, almost as though it was being guided by some unseen hand. And then, with a soft rustling sound, it finally slipped off the stand and fell to the floor. I was wide awake now, my eyes locked on it, unable to look away. I couldn't move. My friend hadn't stirred, and for a moment, I felt like I was stuck in time. I wanted to wake him up, to ask him if he saw it too, but something held me back. Maybe it was the sheer strangeness of it all, or the fact that I didn't want to believe what I had just seen. I lay there, staring at the fallen backdrop on the floor, and tried to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe the frame was loose. Maybe it had shifted in the night. But how could it have moved so far across the room on its own? I couldn't explain it. I don't know how long I lay there, trying to convince myself that it wasn't a big deal. It was probably just an odd coincidence, right? The kind of thing that happens when your mind is foggy from sleep. I glanced at my friend again, hoping he would stir, but he was still deep in his sleep, completely unaware of what had just happened. Eventually, I must have drifted off again, though I couldn't remember exactly when. I woke up in the morning, still shaken, my heart still racing from the oddness of what I had witnessed. The sunlight was creeping through the curtains, and the room felt brighter and warmer than it had the night before. My friend was already awake, sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes. I didn't mention anything at first. I was still processing it all. But after a few minutes, my friend looked over at me with wide eyes and said, "Did you see your backdrop float across the room last night?" My stomach dropped. I blinked at him, not sure if I had heard him correctly. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, though I could feel the panic rising inside me. He looked at me with a serious expression. "I'm not kidding. I woke up and saw it too. It moved across the room, and then it fell. I felt a rush of cold wash over me. I tried to swallow the lump in my throat. But how do you know? You were asleep, right? How did you see it?" He looked at me, his face confused. "No, I wasn't asleep. I woke up just before it happened. I saw it too. It just moved across the room like it was floating. I didn't know if I was dreaming or what." My mind raced, trying to piece everything together. I was still trying to make sense of what had happened. I had seen it too, and now my friend was saying the same thing. There was no way we had both imagined it, right? The silence between us felt heavy. We both stood there for a moment, unsure of what to say next. Neither of us really knew what to do with the fact that we had both witnessed something so strange. It didn't make sense. There was no logical explanation for it. The backdrop was light, but not light enough to float on its own. The floor was solid, and there had been no breeze. It had to be something else. Before I could say anything else, I heard a sound. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, but then I realized it was coming from the walls. The walls of the house creaked, but this wasn't the usual kind of creak you hear when a house shifts in the night. This was different. It was a loud banging sound, as though someone, was knocking on the inside of the walls. The noise was sharp, rhythmic, and almost purposeful. We both turned towards the wall where the sound seemed to come from, both of us frozen in place, unsure of what to do. The noise came again, another sharp, hard bang against the drywall, followed by another. And then silence. I felt my heart racing again, my palms sweaty, and a sick feeling in my stomach. I tried to stay calm, but my mind couldn't stop racing. It felt like the entire room was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The noise didn't come again. We both stared at the wall for what felt like forever, but there was nothing more. No more banging, no more sounds. Just the quiet of the morning creeping in. I finally spoke, though my voice was shaky. "We need to get out of here," I said, though I wasn't sure if I meant the room or the house itself. I just wanted to leave, to get away from the weirdness of the night before, to escape the feeling of unease that had settled deep in my chest. We left the room shortly after, neither of us saying much. The air in the house felt thick, oppressive, like something wasn't quite right. We went into the living room, trying to pretend everything was normal, but the tension was palpable. Neither of us wanted to go back to the room, and we both felt an unspoken agreement that we would never sleep in that room again. That sleepover marked the last time we ever stayed over at my house. The next day, we didn't talk much about it. We didn't have to. It was clear that neither of us knew what to make of what had happened. We both avoided the room, avoiding even acknowledging it was the same place where everything had taken place. My friend never stayed over again. Not because we didn't want to, but because we both knew that whatever had happened that night, we couldn't explain it. We drifted apart a little after that. I don't know if it was the fear of what we had seen, or if it was just the natural distance that grows between friends over time. But I never had another sleepover in that house, and I never talked to him about it again. We both just moved on, trying to forget whatever it was that we had witnessed in the middle of the night. To this day, I still don't know what happened. Was it a trick of the mind? A draft that somehow pulled the backdrop across the floor? Or was it something else? Whatever it was, I know one thing for sure. I'll never be able to explain it. and I'll never forget it. I remember it like it was yesterday, although it was 26 years ago now. It was one of those rare, quiet mornings in the summer. The kind where everything feels slow, as though the world is still waking up, and you're the only one in it for a moment. I had just woken up, feeling the weight of a good night's sleep and the lazy peace of a summer morning. The sun was starting to break through the blinds, casting slivers of light across the room. I was getting ready to leave for work, going over my routine in my head, and I still had a few minutes before I had to leave. My daughter, Amanda, was still asleep, sprawled across the couch in the living room with her books and notes scattered around. She was 14 at the time, entering those years where you could see her starting to form into her own person, but still very much my little girl. She had that teenage reluctance to rise early during the summer, but I didn't mind. It was one of the few things that made those mornings feel calm. She usually took her time getting ready, but I always made sure she was up before I left for work. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the gentle ticking of the clock on the wall. It was around 7:30, still early enough to make the house feel peaceful, almost untouched by the bustle of the day. I went about gathering my things, preparing to head out, and just as I was about to grab my coat, the phone rang. It was a landline, the one that sat on the kitchen counter. You know, the kind with the long curly cord, so you could walk around the house with it if you needed to. I wasn't expecting a call at this hour, but I figured it might be work-related, or maybe a wrong number. It wasn't like I had a lot of friends calling me early. It was one of those annoying habits of life back then. No caller ID, no easy way to know who was on the other end. You just picked up the phone and hoped it wasn't someone trying to sell you something or wasting your time. I grabbed the receiver. "Hello," I said, holding it to my ear, my voice still groggy from just waking up. There was a slight pause on the other end before a polite voice responded. A young man, maybe in his 20s by the sound of it. "Good morning, is Amanda there?" he asked, his tone calm, respectful even. I hesitated. Something about the request struck me wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint why. Amanda didn't usually get calls from anyone she hadn't been given permission to talk to. And the voice, well, it sounded older than what I expected for someone who might be calling for her. At that age, you had a pretty good idea of what the other kids' voices sounded like, and this didn't quite match up. I wasn't one to shy away from asking questions when it came to my daughter's safety. Overprotective, some would say, but a mother's instinct isn't something you ignore. "How old are you?" I asked, trying to mask my unease with a firm tone. The voice on the other end was still polite, but there was a slight crackle of uncertainty. "I'm 21, he answered, still calm, not bothered by my questioning. Now I was really suspicious. 21. My daughter was 14, and I'd always kept a close eye on the people she associated with. I wasn't about to let some 21-year-old man start calling her without knowing who he was. "Amanda doesn't usually take calls from men that old," I said, a bit sharper this time. "If you call again, I'll contact the police." There was another pause, then the young man's voice came back, still respectful. "I understand. I won't call again." I slammed the receiver down without another word, my heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't something I liked to do, scare people off like that, but I had no intention of letting this man get anywhere near my daughter. That was it for the morning, or so I thought. I went to work, told a colleague about the call, and she laughed it off, saying I was being too paranoid. But I couldn't shake the feeling, that unease that settled in my gut. I didn't think much about it again as the days went on, but in hindsight, it's hard not to feel a twinge of guilt for not being more persistent, more suspicious. A few weeks passed. It was a typical summer day when I left for work again. The sun was high, and I could feel the warmth on my skin as I stepped outside. The grass was still wet with dew, and the air smelled fresh, like new beginnings. I bent down to pick up the newspaper from the front step, still warm from the delivery. I flipped it open, not expecting anything out of the ordinary. But then I saw it. The headline stopped me cold. "Girl's remains found in rural area." The name caught my eye, Tina Franks. My stomach twisted. Tina. I immediately thought of Amanda's old neighborhood friends. There was a Tina she had known back then, a girl who had moved away. I hadn't thought of her in years, but seeing that name in print sent a chill up my spine. I walked into the house, still holding the paper, my hands trembling slightly. I went straight to Amanda's room and found her still sleeping, tangled in the covers. It was hard to wake her up when she was in that deep sleep of summer, but I needed to know if she remembered Tina. Gently, I set the paper on her nightstand, the headline clearly visible. When I left for work, I didn't know it, but something in my gut told me that the girl in the paper, Tina Franks, was somehow connected to that phone call, to that man's voice. My thoughts drifted back to that conversation. Could it be? Was it the same person? Could he have been involved in this tragedy? I didn't want to think it, but the nagging feeling wouldn't go away. Later that day, I was at my office when I got the call. It was Amanda. Her voice was shaky, and she was crying. I knew instantly that something was terribly wrong. "Mama, it's Tina," she said between sobs. "They found her. She's dead." I felt like the world had stopped spinning for a moment. I wanted to say something, to comfort her, but my mind was racing. I grabbed my things, left the office, and headed home as quickly as I could. Amanda needed me. When I got back, Amanda was sitting on the couch, her face pale, her eyes swollen from crying. She didn't need to say more. I could see it on her face. The police had already been in touch with us. They had found the remains of Tina Franks in a remote part of the woods, near a heavily wooded area by the highway. They had found her body after a man had been discovered, badly beaten and bound, near the Trans-Canada Highway. The man was in his early 20s, and according to reports, he had been drinking in the woods with 2 teenage girls, one of them Tina. He had been hit over the head with a bat, tied up, and left for dead. After regaining consciousness, he managed to find his way to the highway. The police had been able to track down the killer and his 2 victims after an extensive search. They found a van hidden in the woods with the man and 2 girls inside. Both girls had been assaulted, beaten, and one of them had been videotaped while the whole ordeal was happening. The police found evidence of the crime at the scene, but Tina's remains were discovered hours later, hidden deeper in the woods. The details were horrific, but what chilled me even more was how the police came to find out about Amanda. They discovered that the killer had been carrying an address book. Our phone number was underlined. Amanda was the last person who had seen Tina before she disappeared. According to Amanda, she had seen Tina at a bus stop just before the school year ended. Tina had invited Amanda to a party, but Amanda had told her she couldn't go. She had plans with me to go to dinner and a movie. The police questioned Amanda about everything, and though she had only seen Tina for a few minutes that day, it was clear she was the last person to have spoken to her before Tina had met her killer. The killer had been following her, had been watching her, and if I hadn't been so quick to speak to him on the phone, who knows what could have happened. The police kept saying it wasn't her fault, that she had no way of knowing, but the guilt still haunted her. It haunted me too, though I tried not to show it. I couldn't help but think that I had saved my daughter's life. But at what cost? A young girl had died, and my daughter had nearly been in the wrong place at the wrong time. That phone call, that strange, polite voice, was all it took. Years later, when Amanda became a mother herself, I could see the way she looked after her daughters, the way she guarded them with the same fierce protection I had shown her. Her girls affectionately called her Mama Bear. And every time they did, I saw a little bit of myself in her. She was everything I wanted her to be, safe, strong, and always looking out for those she loved. She had grown into a wonderful woman, and while I still carried the weight of that day with me, I knew I had done the right thing. I had saved my daughter's life. I didn't want to think about the alternative. I saved her. I remember that day like it was yesterday. Every detail is burned into my memory, and no matter how many years pass, I can't shake the feeling of unease that settled into my stomach that morning. I was 12 years old, and it was a Wednesday, an odd day for hunting, considering that my father was the type to always stick to routines. We never went hunting during the week, only on weekends, and he always made sure I kept my grades up before he'd even consider taking me out. So why today? Why Wednesday? It had been dark when we left, the kind of dark that makes you feel like the world hasn't woken up yet. My dad was driving, his truck engine humming steadily under the weight of the early morning. I stared out the window, watching the trees pass in a blur. The fog hung thick over the road, and the only sound was the hum of the tires against the pavement. I glanced over at my dad. His eyes were fixed on the road, his jaw tight in concentration. But there was something off about him today, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. He wasn't wearing his mason ring, the one he always wore when we went out hunting. It felt strange, almost like he wasn't really my dad today. I'd never seen him without that ring. But the strangest part? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, deep in my gut. I kept asking myself why we were hunting on a school day, why he'd kissed Mom goodbye like it was the last time, and why he wasn't wearing that ring. It was a gnawing feeling that had settled into me, one I couldn't ignore no matter how hard I tried. Something was wrong, but I couldn't tell what. I kept trying to push it out of my mind, but the anxiety kept creeping back, tightening around my chest. As we drove, the sun still hidden behind the thick layer of clouds, my dad glanced at me. He seemed distant, almost like he wasn't really seeing me. His expression was unreadable. "We're going somewhere different today," he said quietly. "I've rented an acre of land just for us. No one else will be around." I nodded, not really understanding why that was important. My dad had rented land before, but this was different. There was an edge to his voice, a strange tension I'd never heard before. The drive was long and cold. My breath fogged up the window, and I wiped it away absently, trying to calm the knot in my stomach. The truck's headlights cast long shadows across the landscape, illuminating dark trees and the occasional field. We passed a few farmhouses, but it felt like we were driving deeper into nowhere, the road narrowing and twisting as we went. When we arrived, the air was thick with a chill. The land was open and silent, as if the trees and the earth itself were holding their breath. My dad turned off the engine, and the silence that followed felt heavier than it should have. The headlights cut through the darkness, casting long shadows on the ground. My dad got out first, and I followed, stepping into the cold air. I didn't like how quiet everything was, how still the world seemed, like it was waiting for something. We headed toward the spot where we'd always hunted before. The ground was frozen and uneven underfoot, and I could see my breath puff out in front of me as I walked. The dark water we had to cross was covered in a thin layer of ice. I trailed behind my dad, staying close as he broke through the ice with each step, his boots making dull thuds as they hit the frozen ground. The air felt colder here, the weight of it pressing down on me. We made our way to a levee where we usually set up for the hunt. But as we got closer, I realized it was too late to make it to the blind. The sky was beginning to lighten, and I could already hear the ducks in the distance, flying overhead. They were moving, getting ready for the day. My dad quickly set up his shotgun and began shooting at the birds as they took flight. His hands were steady, his aim true. But there was something off about it all. The way he moved, the urgency in his actions, like he was trying to prove something, or maybe to outrun something. He got one bird, and with a quick glance in my direction, he told me to go fetch it. I nodded, stepping back into the water, the cold seeping through my boots. Just as I was about to reach down to grab the bird, I heard a sharp crack, a gunshot. I spun around, and that's when I saw him. My dad was running, stumbling backward, his hands clutching at his chest, his coat flapping in the wind. He dropped the shotgun, and it hit the ground with a hollow thud. My heart dropped to my stomach as I ran toward him, calling out his name. "Dad, what happened? What's going on?" But he didn't respond. He collapsed onto the frozen ground, his breath shallow and labored. He looked up at me, but his eyes were wide with panic, his lips moving but no sound coming out. The blood was seeping through his coat, staining the fabric dark red. I froze, my legs trembling beneath me. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't prepared for this. He was my dad, the one who'd always taught me how to hunt, how to survive, how to be strong. And now he was lying there, hurt, and I couldn't help him. I didn't know how long I sat there beside him, trying to talk to him, trying to comfort him, but he was barely breathing. His hand reached out weakly, but he couldn't speak. I could see the pain in his eyes, but no words came. Then, without thinking, I jumped to my feet. I turned and ran. I didn't even know where I was going. I just ran, my feet slipping on the frozen ground, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The panic in my chest was suffocating, and I didn't know what else to do. I had to find help. I ran for what felt like hours, my body screaming for rest, my legs aching, but I couldn't stop. I had to find someone. I finally stumbled across a man, walking alone in the woods. Out of breath, I grabbed his arm, pulling him toward where my dad was lying. I could barely speak, my words coming out in a breathless rush. The man didn't say anything, just nodded, and we both started back toward where my dad had fallen. But as we walked, I realized something terrifying. I was lost. We were lost. The trees all looked the same, the ground unfamiliar, and the fear began to swell in my chest again. I turned to the man, trying to ask him where we were, but he just pointed and said to keep running. He was going a different way to find help, and I had to keep going. I took off again, my heart pounding in my chest, the ground beneath me uneven, the trees surrounding me like silent, judging witnesses. I ran until my legs gave out, and I collapsed, unable to move any longer. I don't know how long I lay there, unconscious and shaking, until I finally woke up. The sun was high in the sky now, a bright, painful light that felt too much after the darkness of the morning. I sat up, disoriented, my body stiff and sore. A helicopter flew overhead, its whirring sound cutting through the stillness. I felt a flicker of hope, the kind that you hold on to when everything seems lost. I stood up, my legs unsteady, and started running in the direction of the sound. I didn't know where I was going, but the sound of the helicopter gave me a sense of purpose. It wasn't long before I found a cabin, a few cars parked outside. I saw a sheriff standing there, his eyes scanning the area. When he saw me, he approached, and the moment he recognized me, everything changed. The world around me started to spin again, and the reality of what had happened hit me all over again. The sheriff took me to the hospital, but before we went in, he asked me questions over and over. How did it happen? Where was my dad? I couldn't answer him. I didn't know. I hadn't seen what happened. I didn't know who shot him or why. I was numb by the time we reached the hospital. I sat in the waiting room, my legs shaking uncontrollably, my mind a blur of confusion. I couldn't think. The cop told me that my uncle was coming to get me, but when he arrived, it wasn't like I thought it would be. The doctor spoke to him in quiet tones, and my uncle waved me over. As I followed him out of the waiting room, I could feel it in my bones, the terrible truth settling over me like a cold weight. My dad was gone. That night, I went home with my uncle. I didn't cry. I couldn't. It didn't feel real. But in the days that followed, the nightmares began. Every night, I saw it again. My dad, falling to the ground, his eyes wide with terror, his hand reaching for me, but I couldn't reach him in time. Now I'm 60 years old, and not one night has passed where I haven't woken up, drenched in sweat, my heart racing, remembering that day. I don't know why it happened, or who shot my father, or why he didn't tell me what was going on. But one thing is certain, I'll never forget that feeling in my gut that morning, the one that told me something was wrong. And I'll never forget the look in his eyes when he reached for me, his last moments frozen in time, haunting me forever. I was lying on that operating table, feeling like I had all the time in the world. It was supposed to be a routine procedure. I had preeclampsia, and my doctor had warned me for months that I would need a C-section for my second baby. I wasn't too worried about it. In fact, I felt oddly calm. The only thing that was on my mind was the fact that my son would be here soon, and that felt like an answer to months of stress, of sleepless nights. I was excited for him to finally be out of me. The room was warm, and I could hear the soft hum of the machines around me. My arms were outstretched on either side, secured by the straps, but it didn't bother me. My doctor was a woman I had come to trust over the months. She was experienced, kind, and always made me feel at ease. We had even talked about the weather and the latest episode of a show I had been watching while she worked. It was surreal, the normalcy of it all. I couldn't feel anything below my chest. Nothing. Not pain, not pressure, not even the sensation of someone cutting into my skin. The epidural was doing its job, and the anesthesia made everything below my chest feel completely foreign. I could only feel my head and my chest, but my body felt almost weightless, detached from itself. I think I even started to doze off. At first, it was subtle. My eyelids felt heavy, and I didn't feel like I had the energy to keep them open. The quiet of the room, the voices murmuring in the background, all blended into one soothing lull. I began to realize just how incredibly tired I was, but it was the kind of tired that didn't come with the usual exhaustion. It wasn't the weariness of being up for hours on end. This was different. This was a deep, serene tiredness. It felt almost like peace had washed over me, and I didn't want to fight it. I could hear my doctor and her team chatting amongst themselves. Their voices seemed far away, as though they were drifting in and out of the space I occupied. My mind was no longer tethered to the present. I wasn't concerned with my baby. I wasn't worried about anything, really. I didn't even feel any desire to stay awake, let alone look at my newborn son. I felt nothing but the pull of sleep. And then, it was like my body started to float. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but it felt like my body was lifting off the table. Not in a dramatic way, but in a way that made it feel like I was slowly being unhooked from everything around me. My mind stayed perfectly calm and clear, and I didn't feel anxious or afraid. There was no panic, no rushing of thoughts, just this overwhelming sense of contentment. Everything was fine, everything was at peace. It wasn't happiness exactly, but it was the closest thing to it. It was the most profound sense of relief I had ever known. My mind was blank in the best possible way. There was no sense of urgency, no worry. Just comfort, like I had finally found rest after years of running. I felt weightless, like a balloon drifting in a calm breeze. I could almost imagine myself floating 3 feet above the table, looking down at the team working below me. They seemed like distant figures. I could vaguely make out the blurry shape of my doctor and the nurse monitoring my vitals. They weren't speaking directly to me, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered. And then suddenly, it wasn't quiet anymore. I heard someone say, "Oh shit." I don't know why that phrase hit me the way it did, but it did. It wasn't the words themselves, but the frantic way it was said. The words were urgent, loud in the midst of all that quiet. It startled me, pulled me back into my body with an intensity that felt like a slap to the face. I didn't want to come back. I didn't want to return to the world I had left behind. The world crashed back into focus. I felt my body again, sharp, sudden, and cold. Every nerve in my body seemed to light up at once, an overwhelming wave of sensation that hit me all at once. The first thing I felt was the cold air, the chill creeping across my skin, then the overwhelming wave of shaking. My body trembled violently, uncontrollably, as though I were being hit with a blast of freezing wind. My body was alive again, but it felt alien. The deep, serene sense of peace I had felt just moments before was gone. All that remained was the loud, jarring reality of the operating room. The beeping of the machines, the voices around me, and the pressure of my body lying on the cold table. I wanted to scream. I wanted to shout, but no words came. My limbs felt heavy, stiff, like they hadn't moved in hours. I could barely comprehend what was happening. My brain was trying to catch up, but it wasn't fast enough. Everything felt wrong. I was wide awake now, but it felt like I had been yanked from a dream. I wasn't sure if I was still dreaming. My mind was in a fog, disconnected from my body, and it was only getting worse. I wanted to ask what had happened, but I couldn't gather the energy to speak. I could hear the urgency in the voices around me, the quick, staccato orders being barked between the nurses and the doctor. But it was all distant, as if they were miles away. A nurse leaned over me and injected something into my fore. It was a sharp, sudden motion, and I felt the coldness of the needle as it pierced my skin. Something in my body reacted instantly, and a noise filled my ears like a sudden, loud ringing in my head. It felt like a gunshot, sharp and deafening. I was jolted back down, as though someone had physically forced me back into my body, and I gasped for breath, my chest rising and falling in a panic. The world seemed to snap into focus, and the cold, sterile light of the operating room blinded me. "What's happening?" I tried to ask, but no sound came from my mouth. The shaking intensified. I could feel the sweat on my skin, and I was suddenly so aware of everything. My heartbeat, my breath, the throbbing pain in my chest as I took each panicked breath. It took hours for me to fully process what had happened. But eventually, a nurse came in the next day, looking at me with a strange sort of curiosity. She asked if the blood transfusion team had already been by to see me, and I could only shake my head. I hadn't seen anyone. She left, and I drifted in and out of sleep until my doctor arrived. I remember her face as she walked into the room, her eyes full of concern. She apologized, told me she was sorry. She explained that while they had been closing me up, I had bled out. The bleeding had been severe, and they struggled to control it. I had lost over half of my blood volume, and they had been fighting to keep me stable. I was only barely hanging on. I didn't even know. I had no idea. No one had told me. A blood transfusion hadn't come until hours later. I had been drifting in and out of life and death without knowing. But I wasn't angry. I didn't know what to feel. The next day, the nurses told me how surprised they were that I was able to walk at all. They laughed as they said it, like it was some kind of joke. But it wasn't funny to me. I felt like I had been cheated, like something was taken from me that I couldn't even begin to explain. My life had hung by a thread, and no one had told me. But the scariest part, the part that still haunts me, is how it felt, how peaceful it was, the lifting, the contentment. I know now, deep in my bones, that when we die, it doesn't feel like we think it will. It's not panic. It's not terror. It's calm. It's relief. A deep, profound sense of relief that nothing in this world can compare to. It's not something I can put into words, no matter how hard I try. But I felt it. And now, every day, I struggle with the knowledge that I've been to the edge, and it was beautiful. It was peaceful. And I'll never find anything that compares to it again. The thought of living, of continuing on in a world where nothing ever feels quite right again, is terrifying. There's a heaviness in my chest that I can't shake. I've lost so much since then, my health, my reproductive system, my parents, and I feel like I've lost a part of myself too. The world doesn't seem like it belongs to me anymore. But I have to keep going, don't I? Because the alternative is too final. And maybe that's the real fear. That I've already touched what lies beyond, and it was peaceful. Too peaceful. My dad used to tell me stories from his younger days, some of which were hard to believe, but the one he shared about his twin brother and their friend always stood out the most. I never understood it completely, but it left me with a kind of feeling that I still can't shake, even after all these years. It was a normal night, at least as far as my dad could remember. He was young at the time, just out of high school, living with his twin brother and a friend who worked together at some factory, doing night shifts. They were all close, almost like brothers, and they shared a small house on the outskirts of town, one of those places where you can hear the crickets and see nothing but the dim glow of streetlights far in the distance. My dad said he woke up in the middle of the night, not sure if it was the sound of something or just the weight of an uneasy feeling. He wasn't fully awake, just half conscious, drifting in that space between sleep and reality. That's when he heard the voice. It wasn't a loud voice, but it was clear, too clear for someone who was supposed to be asleep. The words were simple, but they carried a weight he couldn't quite explain. Take care of friend's name. It wasn't the kind of thing you hear when you're awake. It was like a whisper in your head, but not quite. More like someone had spoken into your ear, but no one was there. The voice was calm, unhurried, like it was simply delivering a message. My dad thought it was a dream at first. That's all he could chalk it up to. He wasn't fully awake, and the late-night exhaustion from working his own shift at the factory had blurred the edges of his reality. He rolled over, trying to forget the strange words, telling himself he was just hearing things. It wasn't until the morning that the feeling lingered. That eerie sense that something important had been said to him, something he wasn't supposed to forget. The next day, everything felt like any other morning. The sun hadn't fully risen, and he was getting ready for his own shift. His twin brother, his uncle as I've always known him, was in the kitchen with him. They had a brief conversation, the usual routine between siblings, half-grumbled greetings about what to eat and whether they had enough time before work. But then, my dad opened his mouth to say something, and before he could finish, his twin cut him off, saying something that made his heart skip a beat. "You're not going to believe this," my uncle said, his face serious, not like the usual light banter they shared. Before my dad could respond, my uncle continued, almost too quickly, like he couldn't wait to get the words out. "You need to hear this. Friend's name. Dad. He hung himself last night." The words hit my dad like a cold slap across the face. The room felt like it shifted, and for a moment, everything went still. Time slowed. The weight of those words crashed into him, and suddenly, that voice from the night before made sense. It wasn't just some random whisper in his head. It had come from somewhere. It had come from someone. That voice, that message. It wasn't a dream. It had been real. And it had been his friend's father speaking to him. My dad stood frozen, trying to process what he had just heard. There were no more words exchanged in that moment. My dad didn't need to ask for more details. He knew. He could feel it in his bones. The voice he had heard that night wasn't his imagination. It wasn't some trick of the mind. It had been a warning, a message from beyond, trying to make sure someone knew what had happened. It wasn't just a voice. It was a call for help. The entire day, my dad felt a strange sense of dread hanging over him. He couldn't shake the feeling, and as he went through the motions of work, it seemed like everything was happening at a distance. His thoughts kept racing back to that voice, to the urgency he felt in the words. Take care of friend's name. After hearing the news, my dad called his friend, his voice shaking as he picked up the phone. They didn't talk for long, just the usual pleasantries. But what stuck with him was the deep sorrow in his friend's voice, a sorrow that seemed to come from somewhere else, from a place far deeper than anything he could understand. It was the sound of someone who had lost something, someone who was struggling to hold it all together. The news about his friend's father hung over him like a dark cloud. He didn't know if his friend's dad had been trying to warn him, or if he was just reaching out in some kind of last-minute plea. But my dad couldn't shake the feeling that the voice had been real. And somehow, it had been tied to his friend's father's death. That night after work, he drove to his friend's house. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet you don't expect when you know people are grieving. But when he walked through the door, he saw his friend sitting there, looking older than he had the day before. It was like the weight of the world had fallen on him all at once, and it was written all over his face. My dad didn't need to say anything. He didn't need to ask how he was holding up or if there was anything he could do. They just sat together in silence for a long while, the kind of silence that speaks more than words ever could. It wasn't until later, when my dad was about to leave, that his friend spoke. He didn't look up, didn't even acknowledge my dad's presence. But his voice was hollow, distant. He told you, didn't he? He told you to take care of me. My dad froze. His heart pounded in his chest. What? You heard him last night, didn't you? His voice, that's why I couldn't sleep. I heard it too. I heard him calling out to me. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was just imagining things, but now I know I wasn't. The words hit my dad like a punch. It wasn't just his friend's dad that had spoken to him. It had spoken to his friend too. The realization of it all was overwhelming. That voice, those words, they had been a bridge, a way to reach across the divide between life and death, to make sure that someone knew the truth, to make sure that someone took care of his son. My dad never spoke about it again, not in full detail at least. But whenever he'd tell me stories from his past, that one would always come up, lingering in the back of his mind, as if it was still as fresh as the night it had happened. The strange feeling that something beyond them had been at play that night, something more than just chance or coincidence. And every time he told it, I felt the same sense of unease, the kind that makes you question what you know, what you believe. Because sometimes, even in the darkest of nights, when you think you're alone, there are forces beyond your comprehension trying to reach out, trying to make sure you hear the things you need to hear, no matter how unbelievable they may seem. For years ago, I was driving my friend home from an out-of-state karate tournament through the backroads of North Carolina. It was a long drive, and we were exhausted but still riding the adrenaline from the competition. The road stretched in front of us, nothing but farmland and thick, dark woods on either side. It was just past 2 in the morning, and while the world around us felt empty, the bright moon overhead cast enough light that we could still make out the silhouettes of trees, fences, and the occasional farmhouse. We hadn't seen another car in miles. The trip had been smooth until I turned a corner and saw headlights appear in my rearview mirror. A car pulled onto the road behind me. At first, I thought nothing of it. Just another late-night traveler, maybe someone heading home after a long shift. But within seconds, I realized something was off. The car sped up and closed the distance between us unervingly fast. The glow of its headlights filled my mirrors, blinding me. The engine's low, steady hum behind us made my pulse quicken. I kept my speed steady, waiting for the driver to pass. The road was empty enough, no other cars, no reason for them to stay behind me when they had the whole lane open. But they didn't. They just hovered inches from my bumper. I could feel the tension creeping up my spine. I glanced at my friend, who was sitting stiff in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. A minute passed, then another. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. My breathing felt too loud in the silence of the car. My friend and I weren't speaking, but we were both thinking the same thing. This wasn't normal. I tapped my brakes lightly, hoping they'd get the hint. They didn't. If anything, they moved even closer, like they were daring me to slam on my brakes just to see what would happen. I sped up. The cracked and uneven road wasn't meant for high speeds, especially not at night when deer could jump out at any moment. But I didn't care. I pushed past 60, then 70. The car stayed right on my tail. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. My friend exhaled sharply, but still said nothing. I took a sharp turn, barely slowing down, my tires skidding over loose gravel on the shoulder before I straightened out. The car behind me did the same, without hesitation. I took another turn, then another. I sped through a long, straight stretch of road, pushing past 80, but they matched me, never backing off, never passing. Just an aggressive, silent presence looming in the dark. I wanted to believe it was just some reckless idiot playing games, but there was something calculated about the way they followed us. They weren't swerving, weren't honking, weren't trying to push me off the road. They were just there, like a shadow, refusing to let us go. Panic crept in. My mind raced through possibilities. I wanted to go into law enforcement at the time, but nothing in my training or studies prepared me for this. My friend was a country girl, raised with the knowledge of how to handle herself in the middle of nowhere. But neither of us had any idea what to do now. We were stuck in the middle of farmland with no streetlights, no houses close enough to pull into for help, no stores or gas stations open at this hour. Just us and whoever was in that car. I glanced at my phone, gripping it tightly in my hand. Should we call 911? Would we even have a signal out here? If we stopped, would they stop too? If we pulled into a driveway, would they block us in? I could hear my friend's shallow breathing, mirroring my own fear. We kept driving, pushing the car to its limits on the broken asphalt. Every time I checked the mirror, those headlights burned into my vision. We had been going like this for what felt like hours, but when I checked the clock, only 45 minutes had passed. 45 minutes of being hunted through the backroads with no way to know what would happen if we stopped. We were getting close to her house now. I tried to think ahead. If I pulled into her long, dark driveway, what then? Would they follow us in? Would we have to make a stand there, in the middle of nowhere, against someone we couldn't even see? I remembered the ice pick in my glove box, the pocket knife in my purse. It wasn't much, but it was something. My pulse pounded as we neared the final stop sign before her house. The road split here, one way leading to her driveway, the other back toward our hometown. I slowed, my heart slamming against my ribs as I braced for whatever was about to happen next. My breath caught as the car behind us finally veered into the turn lane beside me. For the first time, I could see the vehicle clearly. My eyes flickered to the side, and there it was, a county sheriff's deputy. For a long moment, I just stared. My hands clenched the steering wheel so tight my knuckles ached. I was expecting anything, some crazed backroads lunatic, some reckless drunk, even someone with the worst of intentions. But a cop? The deputy sat there for a moment, completely still. Then, as if nothing had happened, he drove off toward town. No explanation, no acknowledgement, nothing. Just left us sitting there, still shaking, still terrified, still gripping onto the fear that had been drilled into us for the past 45 minutes. I let out a long, unsteady breath, but it did nothing to ease the tension coiled in my chest. My friend turned to me wide-eyed, her face pale even in the dim light. We never spoke about it again. But for the rest of the drive, I kept looking in the mirror, waiting for those headlights to come back. I used to be a regular at this convenience store near my house. Just one of those small neighborhood spots with buzzing fluorescent lights, a sticky linoleum floor, and shelves always slightly disorganized. I went in there at least once a day, sometimes more if I was restless or craving something specific. It wasn't about necessity, I just liked the routine. A cold drink, a bag of chips, sometimes even a random pack of gum I didn't need. The familiarity was comforting. One of the cashiers, a woman named Jenny, worked almost every shift I came in. She was friendly in a way that felt genuine, not forced like some customer service interactions. We got to talking, little things at first, whether work, how dead the store got after 10 p.m. Over time, we started sharing more. She knew my husband, at least through my stories, and she always gushed about how lucky we were to have each other. Eventually, our conversations shifted. She started talking about her own love life. She had recently started seeing a guy, and according to her, things were moving fast. Too fast, in my opinion, but she seemed happy, so I never said anything. Within a few months, he had moved in with her and her kids. She had 2 little ones, 5 and 6 years old. She talked about how great he was with them, how much they loved him. She would get this dreamy look in her eyes when she spoke about him. "He's such a good father figure," she would say, her voice filled with admiration. "He even wants us to have one of our own." Every time she talked about him, she smiled, almost giddy. It was like she was living a fairy tale, swept up in the rush of new love. I remember thinking how lucky she was. Finding someone who wanted to step up, who embraced her kids like his own. That was rare. Then one night, everything changed. I went in at my usual time, expecting the same bubbly Jenny, but she wasn't there. Instead, I saw a different girl at the register, someone I had seen around but never really talked to. I asked if Jenny was on break, and the girl just shook her head, said nothing. I got my drink and left, figuring maybe Jenny had a day off. But then the next night, she wasn't there again. And the night after that. It was weird. Jenny never missed work. The place relied on her. But I didn't think much of it until I saw her face on the news. It didn't seem real at first. The headline didn't make sense in my head. Something about child abuse, a child's death. But then I saw her name, and her boyfriend's name. The details were horrific. It started the night I had last seen her. While she was getting ready for work, her youngest daughter had been acting up. Just normal 5-year-old stuff, a little bit of attitude, nothing unusual. But the boyfriend, her so-called amazing boyfriend, didn't like that. He snapped. He beat the little girl until she was unconscious. And then, according to reports, he just laid her on the couch. And Jenny didn't do anything. She sat down and had dinner with him, with her daughter's lifeless body just feet away. And then she left for work like nothing had happened. That was around 10 p.m. That was when I had walked into the store, waved at her, tried to talk to her. But she had just stared past me, hollow-eyed, like she wasn't even there. She left early that night. She went home. By then, the boyfriend had started texting her nonstop, saying he couldn't wake the girl up. He told her to come home and deal with it. She went home. They tried to wake her, put her in a bath, shook her. Nothing worked. She was already gone. And still they waited. They waited hours before they finally called 911. By the time paramedics arrived, it was too late. The girl was officially pronounced dead at the hospital. And the autopsy, that was when the real horror came out. Bruises, cuts, old wounds, signs of healing over previous injuries, bite marks, all over her tiny body, even in places that made my stomach turn. This hadn't been the first time. Not even close. She had been suffering for months, maybe even longer, while her mother had done nothing. Had she known? Had she suspected? Or had she turned a blind eye, refusing to believe that her perfect boyfriend, the man she wanted to have another child with, was a monster? I didn't know. I didn't want to know. But the news said she defended him. Said she insisted he was a good man, that it wasn't his fault, that he had just lost his temper. She chose him over her own child. That's what haunts me the most. I keep thinking about all those times she talked about him, all those times she smiled and gushed about their future. And now I wonder, was her daughter already covered in bruises then? Were there nights when she cried herself to sleep while her mother curled up beside the man who hurt her? I stopped going to that convenience store. I couldn't walk past it without feeling sick. I couldn't stop thinking about how I had been there that night, how I had smiled at Jenny while she was already complicit in something so unthinkable. The trial is still ongoing. I don't know what will happen to her, but I hope every single day that she never sees the outside of a prison cell again. And him? I hope he rots. But none of that changes the fact that a little girl is dead. And that's something I'll never be able to forget. Sunday, April 13th, 2003. It started out as just another day, another group of kids returning home from a school trip, blissfully unaware that this would be the last time many of them would ever leave Athens. The bus was full of excited, 16-year-old students, traveling back to their small village in northern Greece. They had just visited the capital, a trip that should have been filled with stories to tell, souvenirs to bring back, memories to last a lifetime. But by the time the sun had set, everything had changed. The road back was long, winding, and nothing out of the ordinary. The kids sat in their seats, laughing, talking, some even napping after an exciting day. It was a bus ride that should have been uneventful, but fate, as it sometimes does, had other plans. On the road that twisted through the foothills of northern Greece, a truck driver, one who could have easily been anyone's father, brother, or uncle, lost control of his vehicle. A truck loaded with enormous chipboard sheets, the kind used in construction or for making furniture, veered off course. The driver tried to regain control, but in his panic, he made the situation worse. The truck crashed with brutal force into the bus, a massive collision that no one could have anticipated. The crash was so violent that one of the enormous chipboard sheets broke free from its load and was sent flying. It sliced through the air with incredible speed, sharp and unforgiving, cutting into the side of the bus. The force was so great that it tore the bus in half. The sound of shattering glass and twisted metal mixed with the horrific screams of the students inside. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, but in reality, everything happened in a split second. In that moment, lives were changed, broken, and lost. When the dust settled, the scene was unimaginable. The wreckage was chaotic, the pieces of the bus and the truck scattered across the road. Some parts of the bus were crumpled beyond recognition, and others had been violently torn apart by the impact. The chipboard sheet had carved through the metal like a knife through butter. It had cut the bus in half, but not just that, it had caused unimaginable destruction. Some of the students in the bus had been decapitated, their heads severed completely from their bodies. Others had their torsos split in half. Their lives ended before they even knew what had hit them. The sheer violence of the crash left no room for anything else. The first journalists to arrive at the scene were horrified by what they saw. Among them was a radio host, someone known for his jovial demeanor and light-hearted evening shows. The man was beloved by many, a source of comfort for listeners after long, exhausting days. But that day, when he arrived at the scene, he was met with a sight so gruesome that it forever changed him. No amount of preparation could have braced him for what he was about to witness. As the journalist looked at the wreckage, he saw the bodies of children strewn across the road, lifeless and torn apart. The blood was everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of burning rubber and gasoline. Some of the victims were beyond recognition, their faces and bodies mangled beyond belief. The impact had been so severe that it left nothing behind but horror. He could barely comprehend the scale of what had happened. It wasn't just the deaths themselves, but the brutality of how it had unfolded. The radio host, who had spent years making people laugh, found himself unable to process the scene. The laughter that had once been his trademark was now drowned in a sea of silence. He had witnessed death before. Reporters see these things, but this was different. These were children, innocent young lives that had been extinguished in an instant. The truck driver, too, was in shock. He had survived, but not without the weight of guilt crushing down on him. His life would never be the same, either. The impact of the crash wasn't confined to those directly involved. Across Greece, news of the tragedy spread quickly. People woke up to the shocking news, their hearts heavy with grief and disbelief. The radio hosts, television broadcasters, and newspapers all tried to capture the magnitude of what had occurred, but no words could truly convey the horror. The families of the victims were left in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the loss of their children, their siblings, their friends. In the days that followed, the grief that swept through the country was palpable. There was a collective sense of mourning, of heartache shared by every single person in Greece. The country stood still in its sorrow, its heart breaking for the victims and their families. It wasn't just a tragedy. It was a loss that resonated deeply with every person, young and old alike. People spoke of it in hushed tones, their voices filled with sorrow, their faces pale with the weight of the event. The silence in public places seemed to linger longer, as if the tragedy had cast a shadow over the entire nation. For weeks, the sadness remained. It wasn't something that could simply be forgotten or moved past. The images of the wreckage haunted the collective consciousness. It became difficult to talk about anything else, to think about anything else. The memory of those children, their lives cut short, their hopes and dreams erased, was too powerful to shake off. The radio host, who had been one of the first to arrive at the scene, never returned to his old self. The man who had once filled the airwaves with humor and warmth was now a shell of the person he had been. He spoke less, his voice hollow, his once bright demeanor dimmed by the horror he had seen. He tried to go on with his life, to do his job, but the memories of that day, the sight of those decimated bodies, stayed with him, haunting him long after the incident. As the months passed, the village where the students had come from was left to heal. The families of the victims carried on, their grief transforming into a quiet kind of sorrow that would never fully fade. Memorials were held, flowers were laid, and candles were lit in their memory. The road where the crash had occurred became a site of remembrance, a place where people came to honor the lives that had been lost. But no amount of flowers or memorials could ever bring back those children. Their absence was felt deeply by everyone who knew them, and even by those who didn't. The country had been forever changed by that tragedy, a tragedy that left scars that would never fully heal. The radio host, despite his best efforts, couldn't forget the screams, the blood, and the mangled bodies. The images of those children stayed with him, and no amount of time could erase them. For him, and for everyone else who had been touched by that day, life would never be the same again. We decided to go rock climbing on a weekend trip with a couple of my buddies. It wasn't something out of the ordinary. We had done a few trips together before, but this one was different, at least for me. I'll be honest, I wasn't feeling the best that day. My stomach had been bothering me on the drive, but I didn't want to ruin the weekend by being a drag. The plan was simple: drive out, spend a couple of nights at these cabins near the climbing spot, get a few climbs in, and just enjoy the time together. We hit the road Friday afternoon. The drive took about 4 hours, and by the time we got there, my stomach was still in knots. I was trying to convince myself it was just some cramps, or maybe something I ate earlier. I figured it would pass. As we pulled up to the cabins, I could feel a bit of a headache starting to set in too. It wasn't anything serious, just the kind of discomfort that made me want to lie down and relax. The cabins were rustic but nice. We got settled in, unloaded our gear, and started a fire in the fireplace. It was cold outside, but nothing we couldn't handle. My buddies were fine, laughing, cracking jokes, and getting food ready, but I wasn't feeling up to much. I sat on the couch, trying to ignore the growing discomfort in my stomach. The smell of the fire was relaxing, but my mind wasn't on the warmth of the flames or the good company. It was on the cramps and that headache. We ate dinner, and the whole time I kept quiet. I didn't want to complain. I kept thinking, maybe if I just sat through it, the discomfort would pass. It didn't. As the night went on, I realized I was getting tired. The others had already finished their meals and started cleaning up. I didn't want to be the first to go to bed, so I stayed up a bit longer, just zoning out. I figured if I kept myself upright, it would help the pain. I could tell it was something more than just cramps, but I didn't want to overthink it. Eventually, my buddies decided to call it a night. I stayed up for a little while longer, trying to distract myself by reading a book. But that headache wasn't getting any better. My stomach was gnawing at me, and the cramps felt deeper than before. I wasn't sure if it was the fire or just the growing tension in my body, but I started to feel like I was getting a little lightheaded. I couldn't put it off any longer. I figured I'd try to take care of whatever it was before it got worse. I didn't want to deal with it when I was supposed to be climbing tomorrow. The cabin was dimly lit now. The fire had died down, only a few embers left crackling away. I turned off the lamp by the couch, feeling the weight of the darkness settle around me. I stood up, trying to shake off that growing unease. I could hear the faint sounds of my friends snoring from the other room. I made my way to the bathroom, barely paying attention to the creaky floorboards beneath my feet. I had a feeling this wasn't going to be just a quick stomach issue. When I sat down on the toilet, I could feel that something was definitely off. But I figured maybe if I could just sit here for a few minutes, the pain would subside. That's when I heard it. A thump. It wasn't loud, but it was definitely there. I froze, listening. I tried to ignore it, but it didn't go away. I sat there, pants down around my ankles, my mind racing. What was that? Maybe the wind. I didn't think much of it. There was no way anything could be wrong. But the longer I sat there, the more unsettled I became. I waited a few more minutes, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a branch falling outside, or the house settling. I stood up, adjusted my pants, and walked toward the door to see if I could figure out what the noise was. As I opened the bathroom door, I saw the smoke. The living room was filled with a thick haze. My heart sank. It only took a split second to piece it together. I could barely see through the smoke, but I noticed that the door to the fireplace was slightly ajar. One of the logs must have rolled out of the fireplace, knocking the door open, and now the log was resting on the rug in front of the fire. The fire had died down earlier, but that log, it must have moved as the embers faded and the heat shifted. I ran out of the bathroom, trying to pull up my pants as I dashed to the fireplace. My heart was racing. The smoke was heavier than I expected, and my mind was scrambling. I grabbed the log, my hands shaking. The rug hadn't caught fire yet, but it was so close. I quickly threw the log back into the fireplace and shut the door. I opened a window to let the smoke out. I didn't even take a second to think about what had just happened. I just wanted to get the smoke out of the cabin before it spread further. The smell of smoke lingered in the air, even after the immediate danger had passed. I couldn't stop shaking. I was suddenly wide awake, my stomach pain forgotten for the moment. I stared at the fire, the embers still glowing softly. I felt an overwhelming sense of relief, but also something else, something that made the back of my neck itch. I could have died in that cabin. The fire was so close to spreading. If that log had stayed there for much longer, it might have caught the rug on fire, and then who knows what would have happened. The thought hit me harder than anything else that night. I could have been trapped, unable to escape. But that wasn't all. As the adrenaline settled, I began to feel worse. My stomach was killing me. It had been hurting all day, but now it was almost unbearable. I was doubled over, breathing shallowly, trying to fight off the nausea. It was clear something was very wrong. I stumbled back to my bed, trying to ignore the feeling creeping up in my gut. I wanted to lie down, but I knew I couldn't. The pain was too much. My mind was still reeling from the near miss with the fire, but the thought of being alone in a cabin with a ruptured appendix was enough to make my stomach twist again. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't. The pain was intense. It wasn't just cramps anymore. It felt like someone was twisting something sharp inside me. I tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable. Finally, I couldn't take it any longer. I woke up my buddies, trying not to sound as scared as I felt. They helped me into the truck, and we drove to the nearest town. At the hospital, the doctors confirmed what I feared. I had appendicitis. It was bad. I needed surgery right away. The entire time I was in the hospital, I kept thinking about that fire. How close I came to not being here anymore. It wasn't just a bad stomachache. It was life or death. And if it hadn't been for that stupid log falling out of the fireplace, I wouldn't have been able to make it to the hospital in time. After surgery, I spent a few days in recovery. My stomach still ached, but the relief of knowing I was going to be okay outweighed everything else. Weeks have passed since that night. Every time I think back to that cabin, my chest tightens. The fire, the pain, the close call. I can't help but feel that my appendix literally saved my life, like it knew something I didn't. If it hadn't ruptured when it did, I wouldn't have woken up in time. I've never been that scared in my life, and every time I think back to it, I still get chills. The fire, the pain, the realization that it was almost too late. Those are things I won't ever forget. The appendix was the least of my worries that night. It wasn't just about being sick. It was about surviving, and somehow against the odds, I did. I woke up suddenly, the edges of my mind still tangled in the strange dream I had just left behind. My heart pounded against my ribs, and for a moment, I could still feel the damp earth of the forest under my feet. The air in my bedroom was different, too still, too quiet compared to the eerie expanse I had been walking through only moments ago. In the dream, I was with my boyfriend in a forest that felt oddly familiar, though I couldn't place why. The trees stood in rows, unnaturally symmetrical, their trunks thin and smooth like something manufactured rather than grown. The air smelled stale, artificial, like the inside of a warehouse rather than the damp freshness of a real forest. The more I looked around, the more I realized that everything felt off. The silence was too heavy, like the world was holding its breath. We walked through, neither of us speaking, our footsteps muffled against the strange ground. Then, as if we had simply stepped through an invisible doorway, the forest ended, opening up into a vast, empty field. The sky was a deep, inky black, void of stars or a moon, and there was no wind, no rustling grass, just the weight of absolute stillness. And then I saw her. She stood a few meters behind me, her dark figure contrasting against the empty field. A woman in a long black trench coat. I couldn't see her face, but I knew she was looking at me. My stomach clenched, a deep unease settling in my chest, though I didn't know why. She moved slowly, her hand extending toward me, something small glinting in the dim light. A lighter, orange, with a white sticker on it, the writing smudged beyond recognition. I hesitated before reaching out, my fingers barely brushing the plastic surface before everything went black. And then I woke up. Lying there in my bed, the dream clung to me like a second skin. It wasn't just the images or the eeriness of it all. It was the feeling that lingered, that creeping unease that something wasn't right. I took a deep breath, trying to shake it off, but my hands felt cold. I told my boyfriend about it later that day. At first, I expected him to brush it off, to tell me it was just a weird dream, that I was overthinking it. But the moment I described the lighter, he went silent. That's when he told me they had a lighter exactly like that. An orange one, with a white sticker, the writing smudged. It had been in their house for a while, and just a few days before, His dad had thrown it out. The coincidence sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to convince myself it was just that, a coincidence. Maybe I had seen a similar lighter somewhere, and my subconscious had pulled it into my dream. But then he asked how his mom looked in the dream. When I described her, the coat, the way she stood, the feeling she gave off, he was quiet again. Because I had never met his mom. We lived far apart, too far for me to have ever seen her in passing, or even in a blurry video call. And yet, I had described her almost perfectly. For days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had bled through from somewhere else, some unseen connection pulling threads I couldn't understand. Every time I thought about the dream, I felt that same heavy silence, that same uncanny stillness, like I was teetering on the edge of something I wasn't meant to see. The logical part of me told me to let it go. Dreams were just dreams. The mind was weird, capable of creating entire worlds out of fragments and shadows. But the feeling wouldn't leave me. Even now, I think about that moment in the field, the weight of her presence, the way the lighter felt against my fingertips. I never saw the lighter in real life. I never met his mother. But somehow in that dream I did. And that's the part that scares me the most. Back in 2005, I was living with my parents in Florida when Hurricane Wilma hit. The storm itself was terrifying, the winds howling outside like something alive, ripping through trees, knocking down fences, and sending debris flying. We stayed inside, listening to the radio and trying to distract ourselves while the power flickered, then cut off completely. When it was over, we walked outside to see the damage. Trees were snapped in half, shingles were torn from roofs, and power lines hung low across the streets. We didn't have electricity for about a week and a half. We hadn't owned a generator at that time, so we relied on candles, battery-powered lanterns, and whatever food we could eat before it spoiled. The neighbor behind us did have a generator. It was eerie how, once night fell, their house was one of the only ones in the area with lights. Every other house sat in complete darkness. I remember my father standing by the back fence, talking to the man of the house on the second night. They had power, a working stove, even air conditioning. It felt like another world compared to our dark, stifling house. They were a nice family, a husband, wife, and 2 small daughters, maybe 5 and 7 years old. That night, they invited us over for dinner. We were grateful. Sitting in their bright kitchen, eating a real meal instead of peanut butter sandwiches or canned food, felt like some kind of luxury. Their daughters sat at the table swinging their little legs, their mother bustling around while their father talked with mine. We stayed a while after eating, talking about the storm, about how long we thought the power would be out, about curfews that had been set to prevent looting. Then, when it started getting late, we walked back home through the dark. It must have been around 10 when we were sitting in the den, listening to the radio, trying to catch any updates. My dad stood up at some point, stretching, and glanced out the window that faced our backyard. His entire body tensed, his hand tightening on the windowsill. There's someone in their yard. My mom and I both turned to look. The neighbor's backyard was dimly lit by their porch light, the glow only reaching so far. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I caught movement, a figure, half hidden in the darkness, standing near the back of the house. He wasn't moving much, just standing there. My dad didn't hesitate. He grabbed the cordless phone, stepped away from the window, and dialed. The wife picked up almost immediately, her voice casual at first. My dad asked if her husband was outside, if he had lost something, mentioning that he had extra flashlights if he needed help. Her tone changed instantly. Something like a short, startled noise came through the phone, and then we heard a male voice in the background, her husband. My dad lowered the phone, his face serious. That's not him. For a moment, we just stood there, trying to process. Then, as if on instinct, my dad moved back to the window, peering through the dark. I moved closer too, feeling my pulse in my throat. The figure was still there, but he wasn't standing by the back of the house anymore. He was closer to the side, near a window, near the girls' room, and that was when the back door of their house flew open. The parents ran outside, flashlights cutting through the darkness, their voices sharp with panic. I couldn't hear exactly what they were shouting, but I saw the moment they turned toward the girls' bedroom window. Saw the man jerk his head toward them. And then he ran. He darted away, disappearing through a gap in the fence. The husband bolted after him, but the man was fast. The wife stayed outside, looking toward their daughter's window, then toward our house, as if checking to see if we had seen what she had. My dad opened our back door, stepping onto the porch. "You okay?" She was breathing hard. He was looking in their window. Her voice shook, and for the first time, I felt something deep in my stomach that wasn't just fear. It was something worse. My mom had joined us at the door, and even in the darkness, I could see her pressing a hand to her mouth. The girls. He had been watching them. We stayed up late that night. The neighbor called the police, though with the power still out in so much of the city, response times were slow. When an officer finally arrived, he took a report, shining his flashlight around the backyard, pointing out where the man had stood. But there wasn't much they could do. No cameras. No real evidence except for what we had all seen. But the worst part came later. The police found him. Not that night, but within the week. He lived just a couple of houses down from us. I had walked past his house every day after school for years. He was always outside, watering the lawn, leaning on his porch railing, saying hello as I passed by. I had always thought he was just another neighbor. And the thought that made my stomach twist into knots, the thought that kept me awake at night for a long time afterward, was this. When I was younger, I had always slept with my curtains open. I've never said this out loud or even in writing until recently. The only person I've spoken to about it is my wife, and that's because of our new apartment. I feel compelled to share it now, to get it off my chest. I'm a rational person. I believe in science and logic. I trust only what can be proven or verified. This is a story I don't know how to explain, but I can tell you it's true, to the best of my understanding. Everything I've experienced is real. My grandmother was, for lack of a better word, sensitive. I've always struggled to describe it. She didn't claim any supernatural abilities, but there was something about her that made her different. For instance, there would be days when I was having a particularly bad time, and she would call, out of nowhere, and say that she had a feeling I needed to talk. No big deal, right? Just a grandmother being caring. But it wasn't just that. It was like she could sense when things were off in people's lives. When I was upset, even if I hadn't told anyone, she would know. She would never speak about ghosts or anything like that, but she had a strong spiritual side. She simply didn't like to get into details about what she believed or why. I picked up on something from her. It wasn't something I ever asked for, but I just knew things. I've always had a feeling of knowing what people are really thinking, what they're feeling, without them saying a word. It's like this presence, something you can't see, but you can feel it as if it's pressing against your skin. I can't really explain it. It's like a smell, but for your skin. A sensation that I just know something about people, about places. I don't have a word for it, and I never really tried to talk about it. I kept it to myself, even though it felt like something no one else around me could understand. I spent a lot of my childhood trying to ignore it. I even went so far as to ghost hunt when I was in college. I was curious, wanted answers. I thought if I did this, maybe it would give me a sense of control, or at least an explanation for the feelings I was having. But after a year, nothing came of it. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't think that's the answer. But I know there are things in this world we don't fully understand. And I think that's what I've been sensing. I grew up in an old townhouse in Maryland, built on land that was once owned by a man named Lee Masters. If you want to look it up, you can, but all you really need to know is that he was a tyrant. A horrible man. He was known for abusing his slaves, doing unspeakable things to them. Things that you wouldn't even want to imagine. He had a limestone furnace on his land where he would burn them alive if they became pregnant. I know this because I helped with an archaeological dig that uncovered bones near the furnace. Bones that confirmed the stories. The house we lived in, on that land, always made me feel wrong. I didn't like being alone in it. Ever. My parents were going through a rough divorce, and I'm sure that added to the tension, but I just couldn't stand the house. I felt like something was always with me. A presence that wasn't there for good reasons. A dark shadow hanging in the corners of every room. The basement, in particular, felt like a place where bad things happened. I hated going down there. At first, I thought it was just childhood fear. I mean, I was a kid, and we all have that fear of the dark, right? But then my brother was born. He's not sensitive like me, but even he would feel it. We'd both hear things at night. Footsteps. Scratching at the door. I even remember one recurring dream that I would have every night. I would climb the stairs to the basement, jump down into the dark, and then climb back up again, only to do it over and over. I was never hurt, but it always felt real. I couldn't tell if I was sleepwalking or just dreaming, but I do know it felt like something was calling me down into that basement. As I got older, the feeling didn't go away. It got worse, actually. Things would move on their own, lights turning off and on, the TV flickering in and out for no reason. Doors would open by themselves. I'd see things moving out of the corner of my eye, shadows that shouldn't have been there. Things would go missing, only to show up in the oddest places months later. It was like reality itself was unsettled. There were times when I felt as if something, was standing behind me, breathing heavily, just waiting to pounce. It wasn't just my imagination. One night, I had some sort of seizure. I don't know what it was, but I remember feeling trapped, like my body wasn't mine. I was only 9 or 10, but it terrified me. I didn't tell anyone about this stuff. I didn't talk to my parents or friends. It felt like if I said anything, I'd be seen as crazy. Eventually, we moved out of that house. We didn't leave because of these experiences, but it was a relief to get away from that place. The house we moved to was still on land owned by Lee Masters, but it wasn't the same. The energy was different, lighter, even though it still felt like something was off. The weird things continued, but they weren't as intense. I thought it was just me adjusting, or maybe growing up, but the feeling never fully went away. It followed me. I would be with friends, and things would still happen. One time, I was playing a game with a friend in my basement, and we both saw a shadow figure move across the wall. He turned pale and wouldn't come back to my house for weeks. I didn't talk about it much after that. It was embarrassing. I didn't want to be that guy. So, I tried to forget it. I put it out of my mind. And I did forget about it, for a long time. Life moved on. I finished school, I got a job, and eventually I met my wife. We moved in together, bought a house, and settled into normal life. The memories of those strange feelings faded. But then something happened when we moved into our new apartment. I work as a property manager now, and the apartment I live in was once home to a woman who died here of a drug overdose. She had been alone for 3 days before anyone found her. Her dog was forced to eat her face to survive. It's a tragic story, and it makes the apartment feel off. When we first moved in, I immediately felt that sensation again. The presence. It wasn't as heavy as before, but it was still there. I tried to ignore it. After all, I'd dealt with things like this before, and I knew the drill. Don't acknowledge it, and it will go away. But that didn't work this time. I could feel her. I didn't know her, but I could tell she was here. I knew what she looked like without ever having seen her face. She didn't show herself, not directly, but I felt her presence, like something brushing against my skin. It felt too familiar. My wife eventually noticed it too. She said she had been feeling the same presence. She even told me that after she spoke to the woman, thanked her for the apartment, and asked her to move on, our dog started sniffing around. He found a plastic bag under the heater. It was filled with bloody gauze pads, likely from when the woman was using drugs. My wife said she had been feeling the same thing, and that's why she spoke to her in the first place. We've tried to ignore it. We don't talk about it much anymore. But what I can't ignore is the way it feels. I think I have what my grandmother had, that same sensitivity to things others can't sense. But I don't know what it is. I can't explain it, and I'm afraid of what it means. I think about things like consciousness, and whether it's just a natural phenomenon, like radio waves. Are we just antennas, picking up certain frequencies for a time? Is that what this is? This woman's presence still vibrating in the apartment? Or is it something deeper, a connection to a realm we don't understand? Sometimes, I think about why I only feel these things in places where bad things have happened. Why not in places where good things happened, where people fell in love, or where people found happiness? Why is it always places with pain and suffering? I don't have the answers. I don't think I ever will. But I can't shake the feeling, and I don't think I ever will. I lay in bed that night, feeling the usual weight of sleep pulling at me, the quiet hum of the house settling in the background. The kind of quiet that only comes after hours of silence, the kind where even the smallest sound seems amplified. My wife, Sarah, was beside me, her breathing slow and steady, her body curled into the warm spot she'd claimed over the years. The house was dark, the only light coming from the soft glow of the nightstand lamp, dimmed to its lowest setting. Our baby monitor sat on the nightstand next to me, One of those old models that's big, bulky, and just feels safe because it doesn't rely on Wi-Fi or anything else. It was a comforting piece of technology, if you could call it that. We'd had it since our son was born, and it worked like a charm, providing peace of mind through those first few difficult months. That night, though, peace of mind was the last thing I felt. It started as a sharp, high-pitched noise, something akin to static, but it wasn't just random white noise. It had a rhythm, a kind of pattern. I could feel it, sharp in the silence. I didn't immediately react, assuming it was just the monitor acting up, something it occasionally did. But as the sound persisted, I felt my body stiffen. My eyes shot open, scanning the dark. Sarah stirred beside me, but didn't wake up, mumbling something I couldn't make out. I reached over and grabbed the monitor, holding it closer to my ear. The noise had changed, almost as if something was scratching against the speaker. It wasn't our son. It wasn't anything I could recognize. I could hear something moving, or maybe someone, but it wasn't him. There was no crying, no call for attention, nothing that was normal for our son's usual middle-of-the-night fussing. I turned the monitor off. I didn't know why. Maybe it was out of some gut instinct to stop the unsettling sound. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, just static, maybe even interference from some nearby device. The house was old, and I figured it was probably a fluke. Maybe the monitor was malfunctioning. I put it back on the nightstand and tried to go back to sleep, though the discomfort lingered. The next few hours dragged on. I lay awake, listening to the soft sound of Sarah's breathing and the occasional creak of the house settling. The noise on the monitor didn't come back, and eventually, I convinced myself that I had imagined it. After all, it was just a strange noise in the middle of the night. Nothing to get worked up about. The morning came slowly, just a faint light filtering through the blinds. Sarah was the first to wake up. She groggily stretched, rubbing her eyes, and glanced at the clock. It was just after 7. She leaned over, kissed my cheek, and got up to check on the baby. I groaned, the sleep still clinging to me, and followed her into the nursery. We both stood in the doorway, staring at the crib, where our son usually lay sound asleep. But today, he wasn't in his crib. My stomach dropped. It was the window. I saw it first. The small, rectangular window in the corner of the room, which had always been locked shut, was wide open, about a foot. I couldn't believe it. There was no way. That window hadn't budged in years. The latch was stiff, rusted from age, and every time I tried to open it for air, it never worked. I'd even tried WD-40 on it, but it had always been stuck. But now there it was wide open. Sarah stepped closer, her face pale. "What the hell?" she whispered. I walked over, still half-dazed, and shut it gently, feeling the cool air on my face. As my hands touched the window, a chill ran through me. The sound of the latch closing was exactly the same as the noise we'd heard on the monitor the night before. That same sharp, scraping sound. The same noise that made my skin crawl. My breath caught in my throat as I looked down at the crib. There, lying on his back, was our son. He was sound asleep, as if nothing had happened. I knelt down, checking him over, his chest rising and falling steadily, his little hands tucked beneath his chin. Everything seemed fine. He looked peaceful, completely unaware of the confusion that had gripped us. I turned to Sarah, whose eyes were wide with concern. "How?" she started, but didn't finish. I could see her mind racing, trying to piece it all together. We checked the entire room, moving with a kind of frantic energy. The window was the only thing out of place. There was no sign of forced entry. No indication that anyone had been in the room. The locks on the door hadn't been tampered with. No unusual sounds from the house. I kept replaying the sound from the night before in my head. That noise. It wasn't just random interference. It felt too specific, too deliberate. I stepped out of the room, my heart pounding. I knew there had to be some rational explanation. But the window being open, it was too much. The kind of thing that doesn't just happen. I checked the house, starting with the back door. It was locked, just like it should have been. All the windows downstairs were secure. No signs of anyone coming or going. I called the police. It felt ridiculous to be making the call, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. They sent over an officer, a guy named Detective Harris, who walked through the house, checked the window, and asked a series of questions. He didn't seem particularly concerned, which made me feel foolish for being so rattled. "Could have been the wind," he said as he looked at the window. "Maybe it wasn't latched all the way and just worked itself loose overnight. Happens more than you think." He reassured us that it was probably just an odd fluke and told us to call if anything else strange happened. That should have been the end of it. But as I stood in the nursery with Sarah, staring at our son's peaceful face, I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that I was missing something. The sound from the monitor had been too distinct, too deliberate. It wasn't just static. And the way the window had opened, it didn't add up. The rest of the day passed in a haze. We tried to go about our routine, but I kept looking over my shoulder, checking the locks again and again. When I finally got a chance to sit down, I dug through the drawer where we kept the baby monitor. The little red light on it was blinking, meaning it was still on, but silent. I decided to turn it on again, just to check. As soon as the screen lit up, I froze. The room was silent, except for the faintest crackle of static. But it wasn't just static. It was the same noise. The noise from last night. The same rhythmic scratching, as if something was moving, something was listening through the speaker. My heart started racing as I looked around, the room suddenly feeling smaller, suffocating. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. I rushed to the monitor, turning it off again, trying to calm my breathing. I checked the window one more time. It was shut, secure. Nothing seemed out of place. I sat there, the monitor in my hand, staring at it. The feeling of being watched, of something lurking just beyond the edge of my awareness, grew stronger. I didn't know what to think. I wanted to brush it all off, to believe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I knew that things weren't adding up. The detective's words rang in my ears. It happens more than you think. But what was happening? Later that evening, Sarah and I took turns checking on the baby through the night. I couldn't let go of the feeling that something was wrong. We didn't sleep much. Every time I heard a creak in the house or a distant sound, my mind would race. Then, in the early hours of the morning, I heard it again. The sound from the monitor. That unmistakable scratching, followed by the faintest shift, like someone moving in the room. I was up before Sarah, rushing into the nursery. My heart was pounding as I checked the window again. It was still shut, but this time, something else caught my eye. A small, dark smear on the edge of the frame, just beneath where the lock would sit. It was faint, but unmistakable, a mark from someone's finger pressing against the wood. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what had happened. Someone had been in the room. They'd opened the window, and they'd used the monitor, the same one we trusted, to listen to our baby while they did it. I pulled Sarah into the room, and we stood there, staring at the evidence. The mark on the window frame was all I needed to confirm it. Someone had been in the house, and they'd been listening. The police came back the next morning, and they did a more thorough sweep. They found nothing else, no other signs of forced entry. The doors were locked, the windows secure. The only thing that was left was the faint smear on the window frame. Detective Harris came over again, looking even more serious this time. He didn't say much, just walked through the house with a sharp look in his eye. He paused by the window and let out a low whistle. This wasn't just some random thing, he muttered under his breath. I didn't know who to trust anymore. I didn't know if we'd ever get answers. But I knew one thing for sure. Someone had been watching us. And that thought, that feeling of being watched, would never leave me. No one was ever caught. And though we moved away a few months later, the memory of that night, of the noise and the open window, stayed with me. I never stopped wondering who had been listening, and why they'd come so close to our family. I was 4 years old when my house was bombed. It was late, but I don't remember if it was the middle of the night or early morning. Everything felt dark, and I think I was asleep when it happened. What I remember clearly is the sound, a deep, ripping noise that didn't just wake me up. It threw me. I felt weightless for a second before hitting the floor hard, my side slamming against the ground, my head bouncing off something sharp. My ears rang so loudly that I couldn't hear anything else. My bedroom had been a safe place. Small, with a bed pushed against the wall and a little shelf filled with toys. There was a window, but I never paid attention to it until that moment, when the glass shattered and sprayed across the room. I was lying there, confused, when I heard my dad shouting. His voice came from somewhere outside, maybe from another room, maybe from right outside the house. I wanted to get to him. I pushed myself up, and that was when I felt the glass in my foot. It was sharp, buried deep enough that I didn't feel it at first, just a strange pressure when I tried to stand. I looked down and saw the tiny, glistening edges of broken glass poking out from my skin, a bright red streak running across the floor where I had stepped. It was hard to think. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I had to move. The floorboards shook beneath me, the walls seemed to groan, and everything smelled like dust and something burning. I sat down and started scooting toward the door, pushing myself forward with my hands. My foot throbbed every time I moved, but I kept going. The air felt hot and wrong, thick with smoke. I don't remember coughing, but my throat hurt, like I had swallowed something sharp. When I reached the doorway, I looked down the stairs. The walls weren't right. They looked cracked, almost bent, like something had tried to push them inward. I could see parts of the wooden frame exposed, jagged pieces sticking out like broken bones. The railing on the stairs had splintered, some parts missing completely. I hesitated. I didn't want to go down, but there was no other way. I started scooting again, one step at a time, sliding my body down slowly. Halfway down, I saw her, our nanny. She was holding my brother, her arms covered in blood. It wasn't hers. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring at the front door, standing frozen, like she didn't know what to do. My brother wasn't moving. I could see his head resting against her shoulder, his arms hanging down loosely. My chest felt tight, and I wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. I didn't understand what I was seeing. I only knew something was very, very wrong. The walls trembled again, and I heard something in the distance, a deep, roaring sound, like another explosion somewhere far away. The house groaned, another piece of the ceiling cracking and falling to the floor. It hit hard, breaking into smaller chunks, dust flying up in a thick cloud. I felt something sting my eyes. The front door was open, the frame bent, half of it hanging off. The street outside didn't look like it usually did. There were no lights. The houses across from us had dark holes in them, like someone had punched through them with giant fists. There was debris everywhere, bricks, glass, things I didn't recognize. I saw people moving, but they weren't walking normally. Some of them limped, others stumbled like they didn't know where they were going. One man sat on the ground, rocking slightly, his hand pressed against his head. I think my dad was outside, yelling. I still couldn't hear well, but his voice cut through the ringing. It was sharp and desperate. I wanted to find him. I tried to get up again, but my foot buckled the second I put weight on it. The pain was sharp, making my vision blur. I slid the rest of the way down, landing at the bottom with a dull thud. More people started appearing. I remember lights, bright ones flashing across the street, bouncing off broken glass. It made everything look strange, like a dream. My mom was there too, I think. I don't remember seeing her face, just her hands, pulling me up, gripping my arms tightly. Everything felt rushed. People moved past me, some running, some shouting things I couldn't understand. I remember the ambulance. The way the back doors swung open, how the inside smelled strange, sterile but mixed with something metallic. The walls inside were white, clean, nothing like what was outside. I was lifted in, placed on something soft. My head felt heavy. I don't know if I was crying. Maybe I was. I don't remember. I remember the sirens. The way they cut through the noise, loud and sharp. I remember looking down at my foot, seeing the glass still stuck in it, the blood smeared across my leg. My hands had scratches too, tiny ones, stinging when I moved them. I don't remember much after that. Just little flashes, hospital lights, people moving around me, the feeling of something cold pressing against my skin. The scars are still there. Faint but real. Small, pale lines running across my foot, my hands. I don't think about them often, but they're there, reminders of something I barely remember but will never forget. It was one of my first memories. I took the job because it paid well, and at the time, that was all that mattered. I didn't ask too many questions about what I'd be doing overseas. I knew it was a logistics job for a government contractor, and that was good enough for me. When I landed, the heat hit me first. It was different than anything I'd ever felt. Thick, heavy, dry, like stepping into an oven. The dust was everywhere too, sticking to my skin, getting in my mouth, my nose. We were moving supplies off cargo containers that had been shipped in. Food, equipment, whatever the military needed. It was basic, straightforward work, but it was disorganized as hell. The whole operation was a mess. We were supposed to have proper ramps so we could get the forklifts into the containers, but they weren't there. Either never shipped or lost in transit. No one seemed to know. No one cared either. The job had to get done regardless. Without the ramps, we had to make do. That meant dragging pallets out by hand until we could get the forklift under them. We used ratchet straps to pull the pallets forward, inch by inch. It wasn't safe, but it worked. No one questioned it. If you complained, you were just another problem, another thing to slow down the job. And that wasn't an option. There were a lot of us working there. Americans, locals, and third country nationals, TCNs. The TCNs did most of the grunt work. They were from all over, mostly poor countries. Places where people would take any job, no matter how dangerous, just to send money home. They kept to themselves, didn't talk much. Some spoke a little English, some didn't. We used hand signals a lot. It was easier that way. That day started like any other. It was hot. It was dusty. We were behind schedule. The forklifts rumbled back and forth across the yard, kicking up more dust, loading and unloading. I was working on one of the containers, helping pull pallets to the edge so the forklift could grab them. We were moving fast, too fast. When things start running behind, that's when mistakes happen. The guy driving the forklift had been on the job a while. He was one of us, an American, someone I'd worked with before. He wasn't bad at his job, but he got impatient, didn't always wait for a clear signal. The TCN working inside the container was trying to guide him, motioning when to pull, when to stop. It wasn't an exact science. Sometimes you had to guess what the other guy meant, and that was the problem. I wasn't watching closely at first. I was dealing with another pallet, but I heard the shout. Not a full scream, just a noise, something sharp and short, something that didn't sound right. When I looked up, I saw it happen. The forklift moved, the pallet jerked forward, and the TCN's head was in the wrong place at the worst possible moment. His head got caught between the pallet and the inside of the container. It didn't look real at first, like something out of a movie, some special effect. The way his body just went slack. The way the blood started to spread too fast, too much of it. It was everywhere in seconds. Everything stopped. Nobody moved at first, like if we all stood still, maybe it wouldn't be real. Then people started shouting. Someone called for a medic. Not that it mattered. He was dead, gone instantly. You could see it. You could tell. There was no coming back from something like that. The forklift driver just sat there. He didn't get out, didn't move, just kept his hands on the controls, staring straight ahead. I don't even know if he blinked. I kept expecting him to say something, do something, but he didn't. Maybe he was in shock. Maybe he already knew how this was going to go. It took a while for anyone to show up. The supervisors came first, then the military, then more supervisors. Everyone standing around, talking in circles. Not about the guy who died, but about what happened, how it happened, who was at fault. I knew what they were doing, figuring out how to cover it up, how to make it look like just another accident, just another thing that happens in a place like this. They took the body away eventually, cleaned up the blood as best they could. We all just stood around, waiting. No one told us to go back to work, but no one said we could leave either. We just stood there, kicking at the dirt, staring at the container like it might change something. That night, no one talked about it. At least, none of us Americans. The TCNs whispered among themselves, but I didn't understand what they were saying. I didn't need to. I knew what they felt. They knew what this was. They knew the guy's family wouldn't get anything. No compensation, no apology. Just a body shipped home, if that. A few days later, we got the ramps. Just like that. No announcement, no explanation. Just a stack of metal ramps, ready to use. Like someone had flipped a switch and decided now it was worth fixing. Too late for the guy who died. But that's how it always goes. Something bad happens, then they fix it, but only just enough to keep things running. Never enough to actually make a difference. The guy driving the forklift didn't lose his job. He didn't even get reprimanded. He got promoted. More money, a better position. That was the part that stuck with me the most. Not the blood, not the way the guy's body had slumped forward, not even the way no one cared after a few days. It was that the guy responsible got rewarded for it. Like it didn't even matter. After that, I knew how things worked. I kept my head down, did my job. I stopped thinking about the TCNs as people. It was easier that way. It had to be. If you started caring, you wouldn't make it. You'd go crazy. You'd leave. And leaving wasn't an option. Not yet. It was supposed to be a short stop, just a quick break before heading back to the rental cabin. I pulled the car off the road and onto the gravel path leading up to the farm. The late afternoon sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the open fields. The barn stood ahead, weathered and old, but still solid. There wasn't a single person in sight. I stepped out, stretching my legs, and felt the coolness of the breeze push against my skin. The dog, Max, was restless from the drive, whining and shifting in the back seat. I barely had time to open the door before he shot out, his paws skidding against the gravel as he bolted toward the barn. Max. I barely got his name out before he disappeared around the side of the building. My stomach tightened. He wasn't the kind of dog to ignore me like that. Something had caught his attention, something strong enough to override every bit of training we'd ever done. I didn't think. I just ran after him. The ground behind the barn was uneven, patches of dried mud and loose dirt making it hard to keep my footing. The air smelled rank, thick with the stench of manure. The moment I turned the corner, my breath caught. The cistern was massive. A concrete pit, easily 20 feet across, filled nearly to the brim with dark, sludgy waste. A sickeningly thick, bubbling mass of animal dung, urine, and decomposing matter. The smell hit me so hard I almost gagged. Then I saw him. Max was in the middle of it, struggling, his front paws thrashing against the thick liquid. His head barely stayed above the surface, his mouth open as he tried to whimper, but no sound came. His eyes locked onto mine, wide, desperate, pleading. Panic surged through me, so strong I couldn't think. I rushed forward, my feet sliding in the loose dirt at the edge of the pit. My hands shot out for him, but he was too far, just out of reach. He flailed, his body sinking lower, his movements frantic but weak. I had no rope, nothing to pull him out. There was nothing around me except empty land and this pit of death. I didn't think. I jumped. The instant I hit the surface, everything changed. It wasn't like water. It wasn't like mud. It was thick, suffocating, clinging to my body like something alive, pulling me down. The warmth of it was horrifying, the realization that this wasn't just waste but living bacteria, decomposing matter, all swirling in a slow, churning mass. The smell was so overwhelming I couldn't breathe, my lungs burning as my body screamed for oxygen. I kicked, fought, thrashed. My fingers brushed against Max's soaked fur. I grabbed him, held him against me. He was trembling, his little body shaking in pure terror. He was too weak to struggle anymore. I turned toward the edge of the cistern. It was too far, too high. There was nothing to grab onto, no ladder, no ledge. The concrete walls were slick, stained, unreachable. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. The thick sludge sucked at my clothes, my skin, dragging me down. My breath came in gasps. My throat burned from the toxic fumes. I tried to keep Max above the surface, to keep his head in the air, but my arms were so heavy. My muscles burned. The heat of the waste seeped into my skin. My vision blurred. The world started tilting, dark spots creeping into my sight. My lungs screamed. I wasn't getting out. That was the moment I knew. I wasn't getting out. The thought was distant, like an echo. I stopped kicking. My body was too weak. The weight of everything, the panic, the exhaustion, the poison in the air, was too much. My arms slackened. My grip on Max loosened. He let out a single weak sound, barely more than a breath. Then he slipped from my grasp. I watched him sink, his brown eyes staring up at me as he disappeared beneath the surface. His fur, soaked in waste, vanished into the blackness. I wanted to cry. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My head was spinning, my lungs tightening. I tilted my head back, trying to find just a sliver of fresh air, but all I inhaled was poison. The gases were thick, suffocating, burning through me like fire. My vision darkened. The world faded. I don't know how much time passed after that. When the farmer found us, the sun had long since dipped below the horizon. My car was still parked out front, doors open, keys in the ignition. It must have confused him, that empty vehicle in the middle of his property, no sign of a driver. Maybe he called out. Maybe he searched the barn first. Eventually, he came to the back. The first thing he saw was the cistern. The surface, mostly still now, the thick sludge barely moving. A few bubbles, the occasional ripple. Then something else. A shape. A body, half submerged, still unmoving. I was gone. There was nothing he could do. By the time they pulled me out, rigor had already set in. My skin was pale, my hair matted with filth, my clothes unrecognizable. The gas had taken me before the waste had a chance to fully pull me under. Max's body was found deeper, lost beneath the surface, dragged out hours later. The news reported it as a tragic accident. An out-of-town woman, unfamiliar with the dangers of farm waste, making a fatal mistake. They talked about the dangers of open pits, how quickly the fumes can kill, how once you're in, there's no way out. The farmer installed a fence around the cistern after that. Too late for me. Too late for Max. But not too late for someone else. I hope no one ever dies like this again. I work for a small museum in what's known as one of the most haunted towns in America. The town's got a reputation for being creepy, old, rundown buildings, dark, narrow streets, and more history than anyone knows what to do with. The town itself is practically built on ghost stories. Everyone from tourists to paranormal enthusiasts shows up to see if they can spot something eerie. Most of the time, the tours are full of laughs and exaggerated stories. You know the kind. This old house has been standing for over 200 years, and they say you can still hear the footsteps of a woman who died in a fire. Most people believe it. But me? I'm just there for the history, the artifacts, the stories that don't need embellishment. The real stories. One of the main attractions in town is the old asylum, which still stands, eerie and crumbling, on the edge of the town. It's huge, sprawling, with multiple buildings that seem to touch the sky. For years, it was an asylum, housing people with all sorts of mental conditions, some of them there for reasons that would make your skin crawl. It was shut down in the 60s, and for decades, it was just left to decay, its halls filled with echoes and memories of the past. These days, it's a mix of history tours and a place used by the local university. College staff and students occasionally occupy some of the space for research or as a strange backdrop for their studies. But for the museum, it's a prime spot for us to offer our history tours. There's something about the place that draws people in. The allure of the forgotten, the eerie atmosphere that lingers long after the sun sets. And being part of the museum staff, I get to do more than just the basic tours. Sometimes, I'm in charge of preparing materials for exhibits, or I get to see parts of the asylum that aren't open to the public. It's a privilege, and there's always this underlying sense of excitement mixed with dread whenever I go in there. Most of the time, it feels like nothing more than a building full of history. Old floors, old walls, the smell of mildew that seems to permeate every inch of the place. But every now and then, there's something off. It was on one of my routine trips into the asylum to gather materials that I saw it. I'd heard the stories, the local urban legend about the stain on the floor in one of the rooms. Of course, I thought it was just that, a story, an exaggerated tale meant to make it seem scarier than it was. Some of the staff joked about it during tours, talking about the stain like it was some haunting reminder of the asylum's dark past. "Oh yeah, there's a stain in the east wing," they'd say. "It's from a patient who died there under mysterious circumstances. Some say it's permanent, can't get it out, no matter what." I'd chuckle along, thinking nothing of it. But on this particular day, I was tasked with going into one of the closed-off wings of the building, an area that wasn't accessible to the public. They were working on turning it into a storage space for old papers and records, and I needed to grab a few things for the museum exhibit. The hallway was dark, the only sound being the faint hum of fluorescent lights overhead. As I walked deeper into the building, the air felt thicker, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I knew about the stain from the stories, but I never expected to actually see it. You could hear the other staff talk about it in passing, but I thought it was one of those things people blow out of proportion, like most ghost stories. When I finally entered the room, it hit me immediately. The air was heavier here, stale, almost suffocating. I turned on the light, and my eyes fell on it, the stain. It wasn't just a small blotch of something dark. No, this stain was massive, taking up a large portion of the floor. It was blackish-brown, streaked with dark reds that spread out from a central point, like some kind of twisted web. I took a few steps closer, my curiosity getting the better of me. It didn't take long for me to realize that it wasn't just dirt or mold. It was something far worse. I had heard the story before, of course. A woman had died in this very room, alone, and her body had been left to rot for months before anyone found her. The story goes that she had disappeared in the winter, during the height of the coldest months. Her disappearance wasn't even noticed at first. She was just another patient lost to time, someone who had slipped through the cracks. They assumed she'd show up eventually, after the winter thaw, but she never did. It wasn't until spring, when the snow began to melt and the air warmed, that something changed. A foul odor began to seep from the closed-off part of the asylum. They didn't know what it was at first, but when they investigated, they found her. She was slumped in that room, her arms crossed in front of her, like she had been trying to protect herself from something. But she was long gone, decaying in the cold for months, with no one even realizing she was missing. The most horrific part? The way her body had decomposed into the floor. By the time they found her, the decay had seeped into the concrete, creating a permanent stain that couldn't be scrubbed away. The smell lingered for years, but the stain remained long after the smell had faded, a permanent reminder of the woman who had been forgotten by everyone. The stain was what remained. I stood there in the room, staring at it, the weight of what I was seeing sinking in. It was real. It wasn't just a story. It wasn't some exaggeration. The stain was as real as anything else in that place. The air felt colder as I stared at it, and I swear, I could almost smell something rank in the air, like something that had been left to rot in the dark for far too long. I stood there for a moment longer, frozen. The light flickered above me, and I had to shake myself out of the stupor I was in. I had a job to do, but part of me wanted to leave that room, to get out of there as quickly as possible. But I couldn't. I had to finish my work. The museum needed these materials. As I moved around the room, gathering up old documents and papers, I tried not to look at the stain. But every time I turned my back, it was there, looming in my peripheral vision, its grotesque shape etched into my mind. The smell was faint, but I could almost swear I could smell it in the air. Something rotten, something forgotten. It made my stomach turn. I managed to finish my task, getting what I needed, and heading out of the room as quickly as I could. But that stain, the image of it, stayed with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Even when I got back to the museum, unpacking the materials and getting everything organized, that stain was still there, burned into my mind. Later that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, her body decaying in the cold, her arms crossed in front of her. The stain that had been left behind, the memory of a woman who had died alone and forgotten. I couldn't shake the feeling that somehow she was still there, lingering in that room. I went back to the asylum the next day, though I wasn't sure why. It wasn't like I had to be there, but I felt drawn to it. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the feeling of having to face whatever it was that was bothering me. The moment I stepped inside, I knew I couldn't stay away from that room. I went straight to the east wing, where the stain was. This time, the room was locked. It wasn't open anymore, probably for maintenance or something else. But I still felt the need to stand in front of that door, as if I was waiting for something, waiting for the past to speak, waiting for the stain to give up its secrets. I never did go back into that room after that day, and I haven't had the same feelings about the asylum since. But every time I walk past that wing, I can't help but look up, as if waiting for something to happen, something I'll never understand. There's just something about that stain that won't let me go. The woman who died in that room, forgotten for so long, she's still there. Not in a way that's supernatural, but in a way that's far worse. She's there in the history of the building, in the stain on the floor, in the silent, permanent mark left behind by a body that had been discarded and left to rot. And for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that the story, the stain, it's still not over. I live in a small condo near a lagoon. It's not a place you'd expect to find much excitement, but that's part of the appeal. My friends and I usually get together in one of our houses, hang out, play board games, watch TV, play PS4, or catch a movie. It's peaceful most of the time, especially since the condo complex is quiet, basically a ghost town. I was around 16 when this happened, and I still remember it clearly, almost as if it happened yesterday. I was on my way home after hanging out with a couple of friends. It was late, around 3 or 4 in the morning. My house is at the end of the street, so I always have to walk further than the others. The walk back was something I had done a million times, but that night felt different. The air was still, the sky clear, and the usual hum of late-night activity from other houses wasn't there. As I was passing the second-to-last house on the street, a strange noise broke the silence. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp, unmistakable, a weird sound like something large, maybe a wild animal making a low, heavy noise. It was close, and it caught me off guard. I stopped walking, my breath catching in my throat. I looked around, trying to pinpoint where the noise came from. The street was empty, no movement anywhere. The light from the street lamps barely reached the sidewalk, casting long, eerie shadows. The houses on either side of the road were all dark, most of them unoccupied at that hour. I took a step forward, trying to shake off the unease, but then I heard it again. This time, it was louder, clearer. It wasn't a dog or a cat. It wasn't the sound of a bird or any other animal I recognized. It was too deep for that, almost like the growl of something bigger, but it had a strange quality to it, like it was being muffled or distorted by something. I couldn't place it. My heart started pounding faster. I looked around again, trying to spot anything that could explain the noise. Nothing. The street was still deserted, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching me. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. Maybe an animal, maybe a person messing with me, just trying to scare me for fun. I tried to calm down, but my instincts told me otherwise. As I was about to start walking again, I heard it for the third time, louder now. But this time, it was followed by something else. A rustling, like something heavy moving in the bushes near the side of the road. It wasn't the sound of wind or leaves rustling. It was a deliberate movement, someone was close by. I froze. I didn't know what to do. My legs felt heavy, like they were glued to the ground, but my brain was screaming at me to move. I couldn't stay here. Not knowing what was out there, not knowing what was making that noise, it felt like a trap. It wasn't just the noise that was unsettling. It was the feeling of being watched, the feeling that whatever it was had been waiting for me to make a mistake. My feet finally moved. I started to walk faster, trying to stay calm, but my pulse was racing. I couldn't hear the noise anymore, but I didn't feel safe. The silence that followed made the situation even worse. It was too quiet. My breath was coming faster now, and I was practically sprinting by the time I reached the corner where my street meets the main road. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and didn't leave until morning. I was so rattled, my hands were shaking. I told my friends about what happened the next time we all met up, but they just laughed it off. They thought I was exaggerating, that I'd gotten freaked out over nothing. They didn't believe me when I told them it wasn't any animal I'd ever heard before, but I knew what I heard. It wasn't just a prank or some noise caused by an animal. The worst part, I never heard that noise again. Not once. It was like whatever it was had disappeared the moment I got home. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was just some twisted sound that my brain couldn't fully understand. I don't know, but the feeling of dread that stuck with me that night didn't fade for a long time. Years passed, and I forgot about it, at least for the most part. I never heard that noise again, and life went on. The condo complex remained quiet, the lagoon just as still. I continued my walks at night, but I was always more aware of my surroundings, always a little on edge. But I never encountered anything like that again. It wasn't until much later that I heard rumors from some of the older residents about strange noises, sounds from the woods, things they couldn't explain. I still don't know what happened that night. It wasn't just a weird sound. It was something more. It felt too intentional, too specific, like it was meant to make me feel something. But no one believed me when I told them. I don't think they ever will. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that whatever it was had been waiting for me, or at least it had been waiting for someone. I never figured out what it was. But I can tell you this much. It wasn't an animal, at least not one I've ever known. And to this day, I'm not sure if I was being stalked or if it was something else entirely. What I do know is that whatever it was aware of me. I'm older now, and I still live near that lagoon. I still take those walks at night, but I can't help but wonder if it's still out there. If it's just waiting for the next person to wander too close. I don't go out as late anymore, and I've learned to trust my gut when something feels off. Maybe it was someone trying to scare me. Maybe it wasn't. But I'll never forget that night, and I'll never be able to explain what happened. I just know it wasn't normal, and I know it wasn't anything I'd ever want to encounter again. Whatever it was, it's still out there. And sometimes, when the wind picks up and the night gets too quiet, I wonder if it's still waiting. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was the kind of vacation we looked forward to every summer. Our family always stayed at these beautiful cabins by a lake, tucked away in the middle of nowhere. It was a quiet spot, perfect for fishing, swimming, hiking, and just getting away from the craziness of daily life. My parents, my older siblings, and I had been going to this campground for as long as I could remember. We knew every inch of the area, every trail, every nook and cranny. It was our place of peace, and we loved it. I was 5 at the time, and my younger brother was 4. We were both pretty close, always stuck to each other like glue. My mom, my brother, and I had just left the cabin for a trip to the store to pick up food for the week. My dad and the older kids were staying behind to unpack and set up the boat, probably getting everything ready for the lake. The store was a solid 30-minute drive into town, and the lake was far from anything. As we drove down the winding roads, it had started to rain lightly at first. By the time we hit the outskirts of the town, it was a steady downpour, which wasn't unusual for this part of the world. It rained here more often than not, especially in the summer. But even with the rain, the drive was always peaceful, the kind of place where nothing seemed to go wrong. We finally reached the store, a small, old building that had everything we needed for the week. The rain was coming down in sheets now, and it was hard to see out of the car windows. My mom pulled into a parking spot near the front, and we all rushed out, trying to get inside before the storm soaked us. I could barely hold onto my brother's hand, and we huddled together under the small canopy by the door, laughing at the way the rain splashed around our feet. It was a bit cold, and my mom was holding on to both of us tightly, her hand clasped over mine as we made a mad dash for the door. The door swung open with a ding, and we hurried inside, feeling the warm air hit us immediately. It was a small grocery store, but it had everything, a little of this, a little of that. We grabbed a cart and started our shopping. My brother and I were more interested in looking at the colorful boxes of cereal, the ones with the characters on the front, the kind we always wanted but never really got. We were in the cereal aisle when something strange happened. It started with a sound. At first, it was a low hum in the distance, almost like the rumble of a truck or a train approaching. But the sound got louder, faster. My mom froze, and her eyes widened. She grabbed my brother and me, pulling us close to her. I didn't understand what was happening at first, but I could see that her face had gone pale. Her voice was shaking when she spoke, telling us to stay down, to get down low. But before we could even understand why, everything happened at once. The shelves started shaking, rattling, like they were going to come apart. Then the noise, it was deafening, a roar that shook my entire body. It felt like the world had just split open. I could feel the wind tearing at my clothes, pulling at my hair. There was a rush of sound, like the entire store was collapsing on top of us. Boxes of cereal flew through the air, crashing into the shelves, into us. I remember the bright, colorful boxes hitting me in the face, the sharp corners of them stinging my skin. Then there was the glass. I don't know if it was from the windows or the shelves, but it shattered all around us. It was so loud. Everything was flying, breaking, smashing into the aisles around us. I couldn't hear anything except that roar, that terrifying noise, and the sound of things breaking. I tried to scream, but the noise drowned it out. My mom was on top of us, shielding us with her body, trying to protect us. I could feel her grip tightening on my arm. I don't know how long we were like that, lying there on the cold, hard floor, with debris raining down around us, with people screaming, crying. It felt like time stood still. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The roar died down, and I could hear the ringing in my ears. The world seemed quieter somehow, even though it was still a mess of broken glass, food, and overturned shelves. My mom lifted her head slowly, looking around in a daze, as if trying to make sense of everything. Her face was streaked with tears and dirt, her hair wild and tangled from the wind. We were all on the floor, bruised and battered by the chaos, but somehow we were alive. I could see people around us, some crying, some lying still, others trying to crawl to safety. The whole store was destroyed. Shelves had collapsed, windows were broken, and food was scattered everywhere. It took what felt like forever before help arrived. Sirens wailed in the distance, getting closer. Ambulances came, and they checked us out, making sure we weren't seriously hurt. I was shaken, bruised, and had a couple of cuts from the flying debris, but nothing too bad. My brother was crying, scared, but he was all right too. My mom was still in shock, holding on to us tightly, as if afraid to let go. We all had to be checked out by paramedics, and I remember the sense of urgency, but also a kind of numbness. We were in shock, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It was a couple of hours before we were cleared to leave. I couldn't believe what I had just experienced. We all piled into the car and headed back to the lake. The drive was long, and the rain had stopped, but the air felt heavy. My mom didn't say much on the way back, just a few words here and there, but I could tell she was shaken up. We tried to make sense of it, but I don't think we really understood what had happened until we got back to the lake. When we pulled into the campground, the sun was starting to set. We parked by the dock, and I could see my dad and siblings out on the boat, unaware of what had just happened. We rushed toward the dock, and I could feel my heart racing in my chest. I looked up at my mom, and I saw that she was crying now. All of her composure had cracked. She had held it together through the storm, through the chaos, but now it all came pouring out. My brother and I were both crying too, not really understanding why, but we were terrified. My dad saw us running up, and I could see the worry in his eyes. He had no idea what had just happened, and I don't think he realized how close we came to not making it out. He rushed over to us, and my mom collapsed into his arms. She explained everything, but it didn't make any sense. How could something like that happen? A tornado in a grocery store? I couldn't wrap my head around it, and I don't think my parents could either. It was one of those things you hear about on the news, but you never imagine it could happen to you. The campgrounds were safe, though, and the tornado hadn't touched down near the lake, so we decided to stay. The whole family spent the week there, not really talking about what had happened. My parents didn't want to bring it up, but we all knew it had shaken us to the core. The next day, my dad and mom drove to the town to see the destruction. It was heartbreaking. The little town we had driven through, the one that had always seemed so peaceful, was gone. Buildings were torn apart, trees were uprooted, and debris was scattered everywhere. It felt like a war zone. The grocery store was a pile of rubble. My heart ached for the people who lived there, for the families who had lost so much. It was so sad. But even in the aftermath, people were coming together to rebuild. They were determined, resilient, just like the rest of us. By the next summer, the town had started to rebuild, and the store was open again. It wasn't the same, though. I don't think it ever could be. It had been the scariest thing I'd ever experienced, and I don't think I'll ever fully get over it. I'm terrified of storms now. Every time the sky darkens, every time the wind picks up, I get that feeling in my chest, that fear that makes my heart race. But life goes on, and we keep moving forward, one day at a time. I still think about that day, about the tornado and how it changed everything. We survived, but a part of me will always carry the weight of what happened, the fear, the chaos, the way it felt to be caught in the middle of something that you couldn't control. But we were lucky. We made it out. And for that, I'll always be grateful. I got the snake when it was just a baby, small enough to curl up in my palm. It was beautiful, patterned in gold and black, with sleek, dry scales that felt smooth under my fingers. I had always wanted a snake. Something about them fascinated me. The way they moved, how quiet they were, how self-sufficient. No barking, no whining, no messes to clean up beyond a simple enclosure. Just a creature that existed in its own world, barely needing me except for food and warmth. I named it Titan. Over the years, Titan grew, shedding its skin and stretching longer each time. It was slow at first, just a few inches added here and there. But then one day, I realized it was nearly as long as I was tall. And then longer. Reticulated pythons don't stop growing, not really. As long as they have food, warmth, and time, they'll just keep getting bigger. By the time Titan reached nearly 10 feet, I had stopped using the enclosure altogether. It was too small for him, and honestly, I didn't like keeping him locked up. He liked to move, explore. He would slither up my bookshelf, curl up in the bathroom sink, stretch himself out across the cool tile floor. At night, he would sleep at the foot of my bed, a warm, heavy weight against my feet. It became our routine, our normal. I never worried about it. People thought I was weird for it. Friends would visit and keep their distance. Even those who didn't mind snakes would get uncomfortable when they saw how freely he roamed the apartment. But I never had a problem. Titan was my companion, my constant. He had been with me for years, and I knew him. I trusted him. Then one day, he stopped eating. At first, I thought he was just being picky. Snakes could go a while without food, and sometimes they went off their meals for reasons I never understood. But as days passed, turning into weeks, I started to worry. He ignored the thawed rats I left for him, didn't even sniff at them. Live prey didn't work either. He seemed interested at first, watching the movement, but then he would just turn away, slithering off to a different part of the apartment. He became more active too. Not frantic, not panicked, just present. I would wake up in the middle of the night and see him moving, stretching out, his long body spanning the length of the room. Sometimes he would be gone in the morning, curled up somewhere else entirely, and other times he would be pressed right up against me, his head resting near my shoulder. Then, I noticed something strange. Titan had stopped curling up at the foot of my bed. Instead, he was lying straight along my body. I would wake up to find him stretched out from my toes to my head, his long, heavy form perfectly aligned with mine. I thought it was odd, but I brushed it off. Maybe it was just more comfortable for him. Maybe it was nothing. But the longer he went without eating, the more uneasy I became. Something was wrong. I could feel it in my gut, that gnawing sense of unease that comes when you know something is off, but can't explain why. I made an appointment with a vet. Not just any vet, a specialist in exotics. Los Angeles had plenty of them. People who dealt with the kinds of animals most would never keep as pets. I packed Titan into a large plastic tub with air holes, secured the lid, and drove across the city. The vet was an older man, sharp-eyed, quiet. He didn't ask me the usual questions about diet and habitat. He didn't even comment on how big Titan was. Instead, he listened as I explained everything. The lack of eating, the increase in activity, the way he had started sleeping alongside me instead of curled up. When I finished, the vet stared at me for a long time. Then he took a slow breath and said, "You need to get rid of that snake. Now." I laughed, confused. "What? Why?" His face was calm, but his eyes were hard. "Your snake has been fasting because it's making room. It's been measuring you." I felt something cold and sharp settle in my chest. "Measuring me for what?" "To eat you," he said. "That's what constrictors do. They fast to make space for large prey, and they stretch out next to their prey to see if they can fit. Your snake isn't sleeping with you. It's preparing." I don't remember leaving. I don't remember driving home. All I remember is the way my hands were shaking, the way my heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. The apartment felt different when I stepped inside. Wrong. Titan wasn't just my pet anymore. He wasn't my companion, my quiet constant. He was something else, something bigger, something that had been watching me, waiting. He was coiled on the floor when I found him, his long body looped in lazy, heavy circles. His head lifted when I entered, tongue flicking out, scenting me. I backed away. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even sit down. I stayed awake, my back pressed against the wall, watching him. He didn't move much, just shifted now and then, adjusting his coils, his body rippling in slow, deliberate motions. By morning, I had made my decision. I couldn't keep him. I wouldn't. I didn't know if the vet was right, if Titan was truly preparing to eat me. But I also didn't know that he wasn't. And that was enough. It wasn't easy to find someone to take him. Most rescues wouldn't accept a snake his size. Pet stores wouldn't either. I was running out of options when I finally found a reptile sanctuary a few hours away, a place that specialized in large constrictors. They agreed to take him. The drive there was silent. No music, no podcasts, just the sound of my tires on the road and the occasional soft shift of Titan moving in his plastic tub. I didn't open the lid, didn't look at him. I couldn't. When we arrived, I carried the tub inside, set it down on the counter. A man greeted me, another specialist, someone who didn't ask too many questions. He opened the lid, peered inside, then nodded. "He's a big one," he said. "Yeah," I said. "He is." The man reached inside, lifted Titan with careful hands. The snake uncoiled slowly, muscles shifting beneath sleek, patterned skin. For a brief moment, Titan turned his head toward me, tongue flicking out one last time. Then the man carried him away. I left without saying anything else, without looking back. The apartment felt empty when I got home. Quieter, lighter, but I didn't sleep in my bed that night. I didn't sleep at all. Even without him there, I could still feel the weight of something pressed against my legs, the memory of something stretching out beside me, measuring. It was a normal day, or at least it should have been. I had been working inside a multi-story car park, the kind that always felt a little too empty, even when there were cars parked in every other space. The echo of footsteps carried too far, and the artificial lights overhead flickered sometimes, leaving stretches of the place feeling dim and unwelcoming. It smelled like oil, damp concrete, and faintly of exhaust fumes that never quite dissipated, no matter how much ventilation they had running. I had been on the top floor, fixing some wiring for the security cameras. It wasn't a particularly exciting job, but it kept me busy. I was glad to be working indoors that day because the sky outside had that heavy gray look like it could rain at any moment. The kind of sky that made everything feel a little more sluggish. When my break finally rolled around, I decided to go grab some food. I took the lift down, feeling the familiar hum of the machinery as it carried me lower. When the doors opened, I stepped out without thinking much, eager to be outside for a bit, even if it was just for a short walk. That's when I bumped into her. A woman, maybe late 40s, standing just outside the lift doors. I barely noticed her at first, just a passing figure. We brushed shoulders, and I muttered a quick apology without really looking. But as I moved past, something about her stuck with me. A strange feeling in the pit of my stomach. She had a maroon handbag, that much I remember clearly. Her hair was graying, not in an elegant way, but in a way that looked like she had been through too much. But it was her face that lingered in my mind even as I walked away. She had a blank expression, but it wasn't just neutral, it was hollow, empty in a way that unsettled me, though I pushed the thought aside. People had bad days. I had bad days too. It wasn't my business. I went out, walked a few blocks, and bought some noodles from a small place I liked nearby. Something cheap and warm. While I waited for my order, I checked my phone, scrolled mindlessly, let my thoughts wander. When the food was ready, I made my way back, still not thinking much about the woman. Just another person in the background of my day. But as I got closer to the car park, something was wrong. Police cars, their flashing lights bouncing off the gray concrete walls, cutting through the dreary afternoon. A small crowd had gathered at the entrance, people standing stiffly, murmuring in low voices. A few officers were speaking to someone, writing things down. My stomach sank, and my grip tightened around the bag of food in my hand. I hadn't even seen what happened yet, but I already knew it was bad. I hesitated before walking closer. Then I saw it, the maroon handbag. It was sitting there too neatly, right near the edge of the pavement, as if she had placed it down with care before stepping forward. The breath left my body in a slow, sickening wave. I didn't need to ask. I didn't need to hear anyone say it. I already knew. She had jumped. I stood there frozen, unable to move, unable to process it all at once. The police were still working, setting up barriers, keeping people from getting too close. Someone was crying nearby, not loud but soft, like they were trying to hold it in. The air felt thick, pressing down on my chest. The thought hit me suddenly, sharply, like a blade twisting in my gut. I had seen her just before it happened. I had been right there. I had brushed shoulders with her, and I had walked away. My mouth felt dry. I tried to swallow, but it didn't help. If I had stopped, if I had said something, would it have changed anything? If I had hesitated just a moment longer, turned to look at her properly, would she still be here? Would she have changed her mind? I tried to tell myself it wasn't my fault, that I wasn't responsible for a stranger's pain, for whatever had driven her to that moment. But the logic didn't erase the feeling. The cold, creeping guilt that slithered into my thoughts and wrapped around my mind like a vice. I forced myself to move eventually, to step back, to turn away. My hands were shaking slightly, and I clenched them into fists, trying to steady myself. The bag of noodles felt absurdly heavy, useless. The warmth of it pressed against my palm, a contrast to the cold that had settled into my chest. I don't know how long I stood there before I finally walked away. Back inside, back to work, back to something that felt distant and unreal now. The rest of the day blurred past me. People talked about it, of course, speculated, wondered if she had left a note, if she had been waiting up there for a long time deciding, if anyone had seen her hesitate before she let go. I didn't say anything. I didn't tell anyone I had seen her, that I had been close enough to touch her, that I had walked away without a second thought. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, her face burned into my mind. That blank look, that absence. And I kept thinking, how long had she been standing there before I arrived? What if I had been just 5 minutes later? What if I had been 5 minutes earlier? Would she still be here? Would it have made any difference at all? I didn't know. I would never know. And that somehow was worse than anything else. My mom's story has always stuck with me, not just because of what happened to her, but because of the way she told it. The way she'd look away, her face hardening like she was somewhere else for a moment before she could even speak. It was strange. It was unsettling. She would never tell it in a way that drew attention to how horrifying it was. just a casual recount of events that seemed to have weighed so much on her that she'd never fully unpacked them. But when she did talk about it, there was always this heaviness that lingered. A warning, if you will. And it wasn't until I was older that I started to understand why it felt like that. When she was in university, she rented a room in a shared house. The kind of housing that seemed normal at first glance. Cheap rent, a group of people all looking for a place to crash while they went about their studies. Nothing unusual about that at all. She was a student in a city known for its busy campuses and diverse student bodies. It was an old house in a part of town that wasn't exactly pristine, but still lived in. The kind of area where you could walk to the local shops, the occasional pub, and the university. When she described it, it was always in the most casual way possible. But then, something strange started happening. It began slowly at first, something that almost felt like a miscommunication or a mistake. There were a few break-ins. Not a lot, but enough for people to start getting nervous. The weird part was that, when they'd call the police, nothing seemed out of place. No valuables were taken, no electronics, no furniture moved, nothing that would have signaled a robbery. So they didn't get much help from the police, especially since there were no fingerprints, no evidence of forced entry. Just an uncomfortable feeling that someone had been inside. I can't imagine how eerie it must have been, coming home, seeing the doors locked, everything seemingly in place, and yet knowing that someone had been in your space. Knowing that someone had touched your things. For my mom, it started to feel like paranoia. She'd noticed that some of her personal things were missing. Little things at first, things that could have easily been misplaced. A pair of socks here, a scarf there, maybe a top she'd thrown in the laundry but never saw again. But it wasn't until some of her more personal belongings, things that didn't get lost by accident, like her underwear, disappeared, that the panic set in. It wasn't even about the items themselves. It was the feeling that someone had been going through her things, that someone had been looking at her stuff when she wasn't around. At first, she assumed it was one of her housemates. Maybe one of them had taken things by mistake, or maybe they'd borrowed something without asking. But then, things started to escalate. It wasn't just her items disappearing anymore. The more she thought about it, the more she started noticing little things. Clothes that she was sure she'd left in a certain place were gone. There was no way to explain it. And yet she tried to. She tried to dismiss it, tell herself that someone else must have done it, that maybe the house was just so chaotic with people coming and going that it was easy to lose track of things. But things weren't adding up. And the more it happened, the less my mum felt at ease in her own home. She moved out not long after. She had a chance to get into a better situation, a new place with a different set of roommates. But not long after she left, things took a darker turn. I don't think she was ever really able to reconcile how quickly things went from strange and uncomfortable to downright terrifying. A new girl had moved into her old room. And then it happened. Another break-in. But this time, it wasn't just some stolen clothes or misplaced items. This time, the intruder did more than just invade their space. This time, the break-in turned violent. The girl who'd moved into my mom's old room was attacked. She was raped. It's hard to even say it out loud, let alone write it, but I know that's what happened. That's the truth of it. When the police came to investigate, they discovered that the house had been broken into at least a few times. But no one had known about the rapist's presence until that night. They didn't know what to make of it at first either. But after catching the guy, they started to connect the dots. And that's when my mum received the call. They had arrested the man who'd done it. The man they started calling the bedsit rapist because of his pattern of breaking into shared student housing, stealing clothes, and targeting young women. And then, they told her something that sent a chill through her bones. A truth that makes my skin crawl every time I think of it. The police believed he had been stalking my mom, that he'd been watching her. The police officer told her that part of his modus operandi had been to steal personal items from his targets. They thought he had taken her clothes, her underwear, her things, because he'd been following her, keeping track of her life. But when she moved out so suddenly, he hadn't realized she wasn't living there anymore. The girl who moved in after her had unknowingly taken her place, and the man had done what he had done to her. I think the scariest part of it all was the way my mom talked about it. She never showed fear when telling the story, but I could tell that it still affected her. She wasn't just afraid of what had happened, but of how close it had come. How the person who had been stalking her had crossed that line and turned their attention to someone else. Someone who didn't even know they were being targeted. The fact that he'd been in her space, that he'd been close enough to touch her things, to take things from her, things that in her mind were hers and hers alone, was something she couldn't easily forget. And it was clear that the fact that he'd been so close, so much closer than anyone realized, terrified her. It wasn't just about the rape itself. It was about the violation, about the fact that her body and her privacy had been invaded by someone who knew exactly what he was doing. The police had caught him. He was arrested. He went to jail. But the fear my mom carried with her after that night was something that lingered long after the man was locked away. And every time she told the story, whether it was to me or to anyone else, there was that moment of hesitation, that split second when she remembered just how much danger she had been in. The house where she had lived in shared space with strangers had always felt safe. But once it was no longer her home, it became a place of memories she couldn't erase. The most haunting thing of all wasn't just the attack. It was the realization that she had been stalked by someone she didn't even know was there, someone whose presence had been so subtle that it had taken something awful for anyone to notice. When I started attending the same university, I could never look at the campus the same way again. Every time I passed by that building, I couldn't help but think about what had happened. What could have happened if my mom had been in that room just a little longer, if she hadn't moved out when she did? Sometimes, I think about how lucky she was that things didn't escalate sooner, how close she came to being one of the victims, and how differently her life, and mine, would have turned out. It's strange, but whenever I pass that building, I feel a chill. Not because it's haunted or anything like that, but because it's a reminder of how thin the line can be between safety and danger, between what you think is normal and what can happen when you least expect it. I don't think I'll ever fully understand what it felt like for her, but I know one thing for sure. It's a story that, for better or worse, shaped both of our lives. And it's a story I'll carry with me for as long as I live. It started with knocking. Hard, panicked, relentless. It cut through the quiet of the house, through the stillness of the night. My mother woke first, startled, disoriented. The dogs were already barking, a frantic explosion of noise that filled the dark bedroom. She turned to wake my father, though he was already stirring, his face groggy but alerting fast. They sat up together, listening. Then came the voice. A woman, screaming, "Help me! Help me! He's after me!" The knocking turned to pounding, shaking the door in its frame. My mother's breath hitched. Something about the voice didn't feel right. The words were desperate, but the tone, there was something off. Something calculated. My father threw the covers off, moving to get out of bed, but my mother grabbed his arm. "Wait," she whispered. The entranceway light was on. The woman at the door could see inside, see if they moved. That was a problem. If this was a trap, if someone was waiting in the dark beyond that narrow field of light, then stepping into view meant giving up their advantage. They couldn't see outside from here, but someone outside could see them. The dogs didn't stop. A deep, guttural growl from the older one, high-pitched yipping from the younger. Neither barked like that unless something was wrong. My father hesitated, looking at my mother. She shook her head. The pounding didn't stop. "Please, help me." My father moved toward the window, keeping to the wall. He peered out, careful not to let his silhouette show against the bedroom light. He couldn't see much. The porch light cast a glow across the entrance, highlighting the woman. Young, disheveled, wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. Her hair was loose, wild, though he couldn't tell if it was from actual distress or just unkempt. She banged on the door with both fists now, glancing over her shoulder, as if checking for someone behind her. My mother's stomach twisted. The way she checked behind her didn't seem frantic, like someone genuinely fearing for their life. It looked deliberate, too controlled. My father tensed beside her. He left the bedroom, moving silently down the hall. My mother followed. The pounding didn't stop. He passed by each window that overlooked the front yard, stopping only when he reached their old daughter's bedroom, the corner room with the best view of the side yard. He glanced out, scanning the bushes near the house. His heart lurched. A man, crouched, dark clothing, barely visible against the shadows. But he was there, waiting, watching. My father exhaled through his nose, slow and controlled. His mind raced. The woman at the door was a distraction. If he had opened that door, even for a second, the man in the bushes would have been inside in an instant. He felt the weight of it settle over him, the realization that if my mother hadn't stopped him, they could already be inside, this whole thing could have gone very differently. His pulse thumped in his ears. He turned, whispering, "Call the police." My mother had already grabbed the phone from the nightstand. She pressed the numbers, speaking low, urgent. My father stayed at the window, watching the man. He never moved, not until the distant wail of sirens cut through the night. The pounding on the front door stopped. The woman hesitated, then stepped back, looking toward the street. Then, in an instant, the man in the bushes bolted. He didn't run frantically, didn't sprint like someone caught in the act. He jogged, casual, like he was out for a night run, like he had nothing to do with any of this. The police arrived fast. 2 officers. They spotted the man almost immediately, calling out to him. He didn't stop, just kept up his pace, waving them off like they were being ridiculous. They caught up, questioning him, but he stuck to his story. He was just out for a jog. The woman at the door had her own story, though my parents never found out what it was. The police couldn't hold them. No crime had technically been committed. They were let go. A few days later, my parents heard the news. 2 neighborhoods over, another couple hadn't been so lucky. A man and a woman had used the same trick. A woman screaming for help, a man hiding nearby. But that time, the homeowners had opened the door. They had been tied up, robbed. It could have been worse. My parents replaced the locks after that. They installed cameras. The dogs, though still vigilant, never quite barked the same way at a knock on the door. They knew something had been wrong that night. They had tried to warn them, and in a way they had. Nothing ever happened again, but they never forgot. I met him on Tinder. His name was Adam, and he seemed normal. Attractive, polite, easy to talk to. We had been texting for a couple of weeks before we finally made plans to meet in person. I wasn't the kind of person who usually did this sort of thing, meeting strangers online, but he made me feel comfortable. He wasn't overly pushy, didn't make weird comments, just normal conversation, which was rare enough on Tinder. We decided to meet for dinner at a small Italian place in the city. It wasn't too fancy, but it was nice enough that I felt like I was making a good decision meeting him there. I had even sent my friend his name and a screenshot of his profile, just in case. Standard precautions. When I got to the restaurant, he was already there, waiting outside. He smiled, gave me a quick hug, and we went inside together. Everything felt fine. He looked like his pictures, sounded like the guy I had been talking to. Conversation flowed well at first. We talked about work, travel, random things. He was charming, confident, but not arrogant. He listened when I spoke. I started to relax. About 30 minutes into the meal, I started feeling off. At first, it was just a bit of dizziness, a lightheaded feeling. I thought maybe I had gotten up too quickly that morning or hadn't eaten enough earlier in the day. I tried to push through it, but as the meal went on, the feeling got worse. My vision blurred slightly, and I had trouble focusing on what he was saying. I felt sluggish, like my body was weighed down. I knew something was wrong. I put my fork down and told him I wasn't feeling well. I apologized, saying I might need to cut the date short. He seemed understanding, even concerned. He offered to call me a taxi, but I told him I had driven myself and just needed to get home. He insisted on driving me, saying I didn't look like I should be behind the wheel. I hesitated, but ultimately agreed. The restaurant wasn't far from my place, and I figured it would be easier than trying to drive when I felt like this. In the car, my head started spinning worse. My arms felt heavy, my thoughts slower. Something wasn't right. I didn't want to say anything, didn't want to panic, but the sinking feeling in my stomach was impossible to ignore. When we pulled up outside my apartment, I forced myself to sit up straighter, to act normal. I thanked him for the ride and told him I'd text him later. That's when I made my first mistake. I felt guilty for ending the date so early. I didn't want him to think I was blowing him off. So, I told him he could come in for a quick coffee before he left. Just 5 minutes, I told myself. Just a polite way to end the evening. Inside, I went to the kitchen, forcing myself to move normally despite how heavy my body felt. My vision swam as I grabbed a couple of mugs. I could hear him behind me, moving around the small living room. I don't remember much after that. I must have blacked out at some point because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in my bed. My mouth was dry, my limbs weak. My head pounded. The room was dark, and for a moment, I was disoriented, unsure of what had happened. Then I heard it. A sound. Soft, barely there. a creak in the hallway outside my bedroom door. Every part of me went still. I held my breath, listening. There it was again. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I wasn't alone. My heart pounded so hard I thought whoever was out there would hear it. I reached for my phone on the bedside table, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. My fingers fumbled to unlock it as I pulled the covers up over myself, trying to stay quiet. I called the police. I whispered into the phone, barely able to get the words out. Told them someone was in my apartment. The operator kept me on the line, her voice calm, telling me to stay where I was, that officers were on their way. She asked me if I had seen the intruder, if I had any idea who it could be. I didn't have to think. I already knew. Adam. I could still hear him moving outside the door. Slow, steady movements, as if he wasn't in a rush. As if he had all the time in the world. Then silence. The next thing I heard was the front door being forced open, the sound of footsteps, fast, purposeful. Shouting. A man's voice yelling, "Police!" I stayed frozen under my blanket, barely able to breathe. The noise in the apartment grew louder, more voices, scuffling, heavy movements. And then, silence again. A knock at my bedroom door made me flinch, so hard I nearly dropped my phone. "Miss, it's the police. You're safe." I forced myself to move, to peel back the covers and open the door. The first thing I saw was the uniformed officer standing there, his expression serious. Then, behind him, the living room. And that's when I saw it. Plastic sheets. They were covering the walls, the floor, the furniture. Every surface carefully protected, taped down at the corners. And in the center of the room, a table. Laid out on it were tools. Not just knives, other things. Things I didn't want to look at too closely. A roll of duct tape. A length of rope. A bottle of something dark. I barely made it to the bathroom before I threw up. The police told me later that they had caught him standing in my living room, staring at the table, as if he was preparing. They said I had been drugged. Probably something he slipped into my drink at the restaurant. That was why I had felt sick, why I had blacked out. They said I was lucky. I didn't feel lucky. For days after, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the plastic sheets, the knives, the blank look on his face in the mugshot the police showed me later. I kept replaying everything in my head, every moment, every decision. The way he had been so normal, so charming. How easy it had been to trust him. How close I had come. I deleted Tinder that night, and I never went on another date with a stranger again. I was an underground engineer, working on massive machinery buried miles beneath the Earth's surface. My entire life had been spent in the dim orange glow of sodium lamps, surrounded by the constant hum of boilers and the rhythmic clank of tools against metal. I wasn't just maintaining a machine, I was keeping a city alive. This city had been built generations ago, a vast underground network housing more than 20,000 people, all of whom depended on us engineers to keep the power running. Above ground was a wasteland, a place no one had seen in decades due to the pestilence that had wiped out civilization. The air above was poisoned, the ground was dead. Our world was below, a self-contained ecosystem with homes, schools, shops, factories. Everything we needed to survive. I had a family here. My wife worked at the school, teaching our 3 children, and we lived in a small but cozy home with carefully decorated walls and shelves filled with trinkets collected over the years. Robert, my eldest, was nearly 16, on the verge of leaving school to begin his training as an apprentice. The other 2 were younger, full of energy, always waiting for me to come home at the end of my shift. I could picture their rooms vividly, the stuffed animals, the blankets, the drawings they had taped to the walls. The work was grueling but essential. The city ran on massive boilers, each standing nearly 30 feet tall, and they were constantly breaking down. If more than 4 went offline at once, power would be diverted from the residential sector to keep the industrial and mining operations running. If those failed, the air pumps would stop, and without them, everyone would die. There was no margin for error. I spent my days covered in grime, tightening bolts, welding cracks, replacing pipes corroded by years of use. The heat from the machines was relentless, the air thick with the smell of oil and metal. The engineers were a tight-knit group, bound by the shared burden of responsibility. We worked in shifts, barely seeing daylight, or what passed for daylight under the artificial lamps overhead. Despite the harsh conditions, life underground had its moments of comfort. I knew the streets of the city like the back of my hand. I could navigate every alley, every shortcut. The marketplace, where vendors sold freshly baked bread and handmade clothing, was always bustling. The schoolyard was filled with the laughter of children. We had festivals, music, traditions passed down from those who had first settled here. It was a hard life, but it was ours. And then one day it was gone. I woke up in a room flooded with white light. My head was pounding. I could barely breathe, as if my lungs were fighting against themselves. The air smelled sterile, sharp, like disinfectant. I wasn't underground. There was no dim orange glow, no distant hum of machinery, no soot under my fingernails. I was in a hospital. Voices surrounded me, familiar and unfamiliar. People asking me questions, checking my vitals. The words blurred together. I tried to focus, but my thoughts felt fragmented, like I was grasping at something just out of reach. My body was weak, like I hadn't used it in days. Then the truth hit me all at once. The city never existed. The underground world, the boilers, the streets, my home, my family, none of it was real. My mind had created an entire life, stretching back decades, filled with memories, faces, routines. I had known these people. I had worked beside them, fought through exhaustion to keep them alive. I had held my children, kissed my wife, laughed with my friends. And yet, none of it had ever happened. I had been unconscious for 4 days, battling a severe bacterial infection that had left me with a dangerously high fever. My brain, in its fevered state, had constructed an entire reality, one so detailed, so complete, that even now, fully awake, I could remember every part of it as clearly as if I had lived it. I struggled to make sense of it. If the city hadn't been real, where had I been before this? My mind grasped at loose threads. I had a life before the fever, but it felt distant, unfamiliar, like something I had only dreamt about. I couldn't remember what my actual job was, what my real home looked like, who my real friends were. My memories were blurred at the edges, indistinct. But the underground city? That was clear. Too clear. I told myself to focus on reality, to push the other life away, but it clung to me. I remembered how the walls of my home had felt beneath my fingers. I remembered the weight of my tools in my hands, the way the steam hissed when I vented pressure from a faulty valve. I remembered the scent of my children's hair when I hugged them, but they weren't real. I tried to talk about it, but no one seemed to understand. They focused on my illness, on how close I had come to death. They told me I was lucky, that I had survived. They had no idea that, in a way, I hadn't. For weeks, I felt disconnected from everything. My real life, the one I had supposedly lived before the fever, felt foreign. I wandered through my days with a sense of loss so profound that I couldn't put it into words. I missed my family, the one I had never actually had. I missed my work, the machines, the city. I missed a life that never existed, and that grief was crushing. Even now, years later, I sometimes find myself reaching for memories that aren't real. I can still see Robert's face, the way his brow furrowed in concentration when he studied. I can still hear the sound of my wife humming as she cooked. I can still feel the heat of the boilers on my skin. I have a life here, in the real world, but sometimes I wonder, if my brain could create an entire existence in just 4 days, then what does that say about the life I live now? How much of what we remember is real? How much is just a dream we tell ourselves to keep going? I don't have an answer, but I know this. There is another life inside me, as vivid and real as this one. And no matter how much time passes, I don't think it will ever truly fade away. "5 years ago, I was living with my grandmother. It wasn't something I had planned long-term, just a way to save money while working before starting university. My parents lived too far from the city to make the commute practical, and getting my own place wasn't an option. Rent was sky high, and insuring a car would have drained my savings before I even had a chance to use them for school. So, living with my grandmother was the logical choice. Her house was in a decent area, but it was slowly going downhill. A few blocks away, there was a massive mall, one of those places that had everything from high-end stores to rundown shops barely clinging to life. The areas surrounding the mall were changing too. Not dangerous in the sense of violent crime, but sketchy enough to put me on edge at times. I had already had a few weird encounters, like the guy who asked me for a cigarette and lost his mind when I told him I didn't smoke. He followed me for nearly 2 blocks, screaming obscenities, before he finally gave up and wandered off. But none of that compared to what happened that night. My grandmother had dementia. She was still incredibly sharp enough that most people wouldn't even realize anything was wrong. But when she had her moments, they were unsettling. She was paranoid, always convinced people were watching her or that someone was trying to break in. It got bad enough that she had created her own little security system around the house. Stacks of things against doors, carefully placed noise traps that would go off if anyone entered through the wrong spot. It was easier to let her do it than to argue. That night, we were both getting ready for bed when there was a knock at the door. It was late, too late for someone to be knocking like that. My first instinct was to ignore it, but my grandmother was already moving toward the door. Not to open it, but to start removing the barricades she had stacked up in front of it. It took me a few seconds to realize what she was doing and stop her. She wasn't just paranoid, she was curious, and curiosity, in her case, was dangerous. Instead of going for the door, I went to the window beside it. It was easier than dealing with her barricades and gave me a clear view of who was outside. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I looked down. A woman was crouched in front of the door. She wasn't standing, wasn't knocking normally. She was pressed low against the ground, positioned in a way that immediately set off alarms in my head. She had something in her hands. I couldn't tell exactly what it was, but it was heavy, solid, something like a baseball bat or a crowbar. It was just resting against her leg, partially obscured by the way she was crouching. I didn't know what to do. My first thought was that she was trying to break in, but she wasn't moving, wasn't actively attacking anything. She was just there. Then, slowly, she lifted her head and looked toward my bedroom window. My room was right next to the front door, and I had a window near the ground. It wasn't large, and it didn't open much, just enough for air circulation. But as soon as I saw her shift, I knew what she was about to do. She tried to force her way in through the window. Her hand shoved through the narrow opening, fingers curling, grasping, trying to find leverage to push it wider. Her arm was thin, but her hand was strong, and she gripped the edge of the frame like she was trying to rip it off. The window creaked. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I moved fast, slamming the window shut as hard as I could. It caught her fingers, and she let out a low, breathy sound. Not quite a scream, not quite a moan. More like a whimper. But she didn't pull away. She stayed there, her fingers pressed against the glass. And then I heard her whispering. She was cold. She wanted to come inside. She just wanted to sleep. I stepped back. My grandmother was behind me, still trying to process what was happening. I had to push her toward her bedroom, tell her to lock the door. She didn't want to go. She kept asking what was wrong, why I was acting so nervous. I had to physically guide her inside, had to tell her multiple times to lock the door behind her. Then I called the police. The woman didn't stop. She kept pressing against the window, kept whispering. When I told her to leave, she didn't react. When I threatened to hurt her, she barely hesitated. She stayed there for what felt like forever before she finally moved away. But she didn't leave. I watched from my bedroom as she circled the house, moving along the walls, testing every window, every door. She moved slowly, deliberately, like she had all the time in the world. She would stop sometimes, just stand there, looking inside. Her lips kept moving, but I couldn't hear what she was saying anymore. The police never came. I don't know if it was because she never actually broke in or because they just didn't care, but I stayed awake all night, listening, waiting. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every little sound made my skin crawl. By morning, she was gone. I checked every inch of the house, made sure all the doors and windows were still locked. There was no sign of her. But for weeks afterward, I kept expecting to see her again. Every time I walked past a window, I half expected to see her crouched there, waiting. Every knock at the door sent my heart racing. I never saw her again. I don't know who she was or what she wanted. Maybe she really was just looking for a place to sleep. Or maybe she was waiting for the right moment to do something worse. I moved out not long after that. I told myself it was just time to move on, to get ready for school, to start the next part of my life. But part of me knew the truth. I just didn't feel safe there anymore. I live with my mother in a large old house. It's just the two of us, and we've lived here for as long as I can remember. It's a peaceful neighborhood, the kind of place where you'd think you're safe from any real danger. But that night, I learned how quickly things can turn. I'll never forget it, not for as long as I live. It was around 3 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of sobbing. At first, I wasn't sure if it was real or if I was dreaming. I rubbed my eyes and tried to shake the fog from my brain, but the sobbing continued. It was soft at first, like a whisper in the dark, but it became clearer as I focused. I knew the sound. It was my mother. The quiet sobbing, like she was trying not to wake me up, broke something inside me. I lay there in my bed, trying to listen closely, hoping it was just a bad dream. But then I heard her voice. "Please go away." It was so faint I almost couldn't catch it, but I did. She was pleading with someone. Her voice was trembling, and she was clearly scared, but she was trying so hard not to make noise. She didn't want me to hear. I could tell that much. Her words were like a knife to my chest, and every instinct in me screamed that something was terribly wrong. I froze. I knew something wasn't right. I didn't want to get up, but I knew I had to. I could hear faint male voices now. They were low, like they were trying to keep their voices down, but I could still make them out. I heard one of them say something about checking the back door, and then another one mentioned that they needed to be quick. The house went completely still after that, the kind of silence you never expect in a house that's supposed to be filled with life. I felt a chill wash over me. I knew exactly what was happening now. Home invasion. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every second felt like it dragged on for an eternity. I had a decision to make, and I had to make it fast. I could stay in my room and do nothing, pretend I was asleep, but I couldn't shake the thought that my mother was out there, alone, with no one to protect her. Or I could leave the safety of my room and confront these men. But I wasn't stupid. I knew that was a bad decision. I was unarmed, and there was no way I could take on multiple men. My mind raced as I tried to weigh my options. I needed help, but I couldn't leave my mother alone. Then, like a light bulb flicking on, I realized what I had to do. I had to escape, find help. I had to get out of this house and alert someone before it was too late. But as soon as I made that decision, a new wave of fear crashed over me. I would have to leave my mother behind. Alone. I was paralyzed for a moment, my thoughts spinning out of control. I thought about the consequences. If I left her, could I live with myself? But what if I stayed and something happened to her? My mind screamed at me to move. I couldn't waste time. I grabbed my phone off the nightstand, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial. I quickly texted the neighbors, telling them to call the police, that we were being robbed, and that I needed help. Then I grabbed the window latch, quietly, trying not to make a sound, and pushed it open. The cool night air hit me, and I carefully climbed out of my room. My heart was hammering in my chest as I moved along the side of the house, staying low to the ground. I had no idea where the intruders were, but I could hear faint movement in the distance. I didn't know how many of them there were, but I knew I couldn't take any chances. I needed to get to the neighbors, and fast. I moved as quickly as I could without making a sound. My feet were slipping on the wet grass, but I kept going. I could hear voices in the distance, but I didn't stop to listen. I just kept moving, trying to stay out of sight. As I neared the street, I dared to glance over my shoulder. That's when I saw him. One of the men was standing near the front of the house, just outside the yard, his eyes scanning the area. I froze, hoping he hadn't seen me. But as luck would have it, he spotted me. His face went pale, and before I could react, he shouted something to his friends. The next thing I knew, I heard the screech of tires as a car sped off, kicking up dirt and gravel. I didn't wait around to see what happened next. I turned and ran toward the neighbor's house, my breath coming in gasps. I knocked frantically on their door, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. They let me in, and I immediately told them what had happened. The neighbor grabbed his phone and dialed the police, while I tried to catch my breath. The police arrived minutes later, their sirens piercing the night. The adrenaline was still coursing through me, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that clung to me. I hadn't been there to protect my mother. I had left her alone. What if something had happened to her while I was gone? The thought haunted me, gnawing at my insides. But when the police finally cleared the area and made sure everything was safe, they confirmed that the men had fled. Apparently, they had seen me run and knew they had been compromised. They didn't stick around. They'd be hard to catch, but at least they were gone. The officer reassured me that my mother was okay, and that nothing had happened to her. I couldn't even look at her when I went back inside. I felt like I had failed her. I had chosen to save myself, and it ate me alive. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself that I made the right choice, that I had done the smart thing. I had alerted the neighbors, called the police, and made sure my mother was safe. But no matter how many times I told myself that, the guilt didn't go away. I had left her. I had left her alone in a house full of strangers. The thought gnawed at me every time I looked at her, every time I thought about what could have happened. It's been months since that night. The memories are still fresh, still vivid. I can still hear the soft sobbing, my mother's desperate plea for them to leave. I still feel the weight of the decision I made, and it doesn't get any easier. But what haunts me the most is the fact that I'll never know if I could have done more, if I could have been there for her. I'll never know if my leaving was the right choice, or if it was just the easy one. I don't know if I'll ever fully forgive myself for what happened that night. But I do know this. I will always be grateful that we made it out of there, that no one was hurt. And I will never take for granted the feeling of safety that I used to have, because now I know how fragile it really is. I still live in that house with my mother, but I never sleep the same way again. I always keep the windows locked. I always listen for the faintest sound, because in the end, all we can do is hope we're ready when the worst happens. It was a quiet spring morning, the kind that you might not think twice about, but in hindsight, it feels like something had been quietly building up. The house was still and calm, the scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm toast filling the air. My mother was busy in the kitchen, bustling about with her usual routine. It was just one of those normal days when nothing unusual seemed to stand out. But now, looking back, I realize how much of a change it was, even though I didn't understand it then. I was 3 years old, full of energy, curiosity, and a sense of innocence that at the time felt impenetrable. Life was simple. There were no complex thoughts or worries clouding my mind, just the world around me and the people I loved. And one of those people, the one I spent a lot of time with, was Lily. Lily was our neighbor's child, just a bit older than me, maybe 4 or 5, but it didn't matter. We played together every chance we got. She lived just a few houses down, and her house had a garden full of flowers, little wooden toys scattered about, and a small swing set where we would play for hours. I remember her face, round cheeks, bright eyes, and a smile that could light up the dullest day. Every day after my mother finished her chores, I would rush to Lily's house to play. We didn't need much, just each other and our imaginations. And that was enough. But there was something my mother didn't know, something I never understood at the time. Lily had recently died. The details were vague to me. Adults spoke in hushed tones about it, but I didn't really know what it meant. All I knew was that Lily was no longer there when I knocked on her door. And that felt wrong. I didn't understand death. I didn't understand why she wasn't there to play with me anymore. One afternoon, when my mother was busy doing something in the house, I must have noticed something odd. The door to our house, the one that led to the garden in the front yard, had been left unlocked. I don't remember how I knew where the keys were kept, but somehow I found them. The rustling of the keys felt so familiar in my little hands, almost like I had done it before. I didn't really think much of it. The door was unlocked, so I opened it, walked outside, and headed straight for Lily's house. The garden looked exactly the same as it always did. The flowers were blooming, their colors bright and welcoming, as if nothing had changed. But I could feel it in my little bones. Something was different. The silence in the air felt heavier, and the world just seemed a bit off balance, but I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know anything was wrong. All I wanted was to find Lily. I remember walking around the garden, looking for her, calling her name. I wandered around to the swing set, the little wooden dollhouse, all the places we used to play. It was empty. There were no sounds of laughter, no footprints in the dirt, just the stillness. It didn't make sense, but I wasn't upset. I was waiting for Lily to show up like she always did. I didn't know how long I had been out there, but time didn't really matter to me back then. I think I played alone for a while. My little hands clutched onto the wooden dolls, pretending they were talking, moving them around, arranging them in little circles like I had done 1,000 times before with Lily. The day felt like it stretched on forever. I laughed to myself, just like I always did when we played. In the back of my mind, I remember hearing a door open. I didn't think much of it, just a passing noise. But then, I heard my mother's voice, frantic and panicked, calling my name. "Where are you?" she shouted. I didn't answer at first because I didn't understand why she was worried. I was fine. I was just playing. I don't remember how long it took for my mother to find me, but I remember the look on her face when she finally did. She had run out into the garden, a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with shock. The moment she saw me, standing in the garden, talking to myself, her breath caught in her throat. She walked towards me, asking me questions, but I didn't understand why she was so upset. "Who are you playing with?" she asked, her voice shaking. I looked at her like she was the one being strange, but I was just so confused. "I'm playing with Lily," I said matter-of-factly. "We're playing dollies." My mother froze. She just stared at me. The color drained from her face, and I saw her look around, as if expecting Lily to appear out of nowhere. But there was no one there. I didn't see the panic in my mother's eyes the way an adult would. I didn't know the gravity of the situation. All I knew was that Lily was there. She had to be. I had been talking to her. We were playing like we always did. My mother quickly grabbed me by the hand, ushering me back inside. She locked the door behind us, and I could see her shaking. I didn't understand why she was so upset. I didn't understand what had just happened. But I could feel it, the fear, the uncertainty in the air. That evening, my mother decided to film me. She later told me that she did it because she thought it might explain something, to show my father. She wanted him to see how I was talking and playing with someone who wasn't there. It wasn't for fun or amusement. She was terrified. But at the time, all I knew was that I was just playing. The video, when I saw it years later, still sends chills down my spine. I'm sitting there, looking at my toys, arranging them in a neat row. You can hear my little voice, light and happy, but there's an eerie stillness around me. My mother's voice off camera can be heard, questioning me again. But all I do is giggle, saying things like Lily likes this doll, and Lily wants to play with the tea set. The camera shakes slightly, the sound of my mother's breath almost audible. I can hear the tension in her voice. But it's not until the end of the video that I realize just how terrified she must have been. The way her hand is trembling as she holds the camera, the faint catch in her voice as she says, "Who are you playing with again?" I respond cheerfully, "Lily." Later that night, my mother and father sat in the living room, watching the video. I don't remember them talking much. I remember my father shaking his head, his face pale, as if he was in disbelief. The air was thick with confusion, fear, and unease. "She can't know," my father had whispered. "She's too young to know." My mother had stayed silent, looking at me like she was trying to understand. But it wasn't just confusion, it was a kind of dread. A sense that something had been broken, something had slipped past the lines of the natural world into the strange, unknown place between life and death. My mother later told me that she had locked the doors and kept the keys out of sight. She was doing everything she could to keep me inside, to keep me safe. But somehow, I had managed to slip past her control. Somehow, I had gone outside and played with Lily, who was no longer there. The next few days were a blur. I remember hearing my mother talking to someone, but I never understood who. I would ask her where Lily had gone, but she wouldn't answer. She would just tell me to be quiet, not to ask any more questions. It wasn't until I was older that I began to piece things together. Lily had passed away recently, just a few days before I had played outside in her garden. My mother didn't know I had been there, didn't know I had opened the door. She didn't know I had gone to play with Lily. And I didn't understand why everyone was so scared, why everyone was whispering. I didn't understand that death meant that Lily wasn't coming back, not ever again. I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to be playing with her. Now looking back, I realize how much that moment shaped my understanding of the world. It made me aware of the fine line between life and death, between the things we understand and the things we cannot explain. My mother and father never really spoke of it again, but I know it haunted them. It stayed with them, in the background, like a shadow that would never quite go away. And while I eventually grew up and forgot many of the details, that day remains vivid in my mind. The garden, the empty swing, and the dolls. It's a memory that will always stay with me, a piece of my childhood that I don't fully understand, but that I'll never forget. I don't know what happened that day. Maybe it was just the innocence of a child, confused and unaware. Or maybe it was something else. But no matter how much I try to make sense of it, there's one thing that will always remain. That strange, unshakable feeling that something was terribly, terribly wrong. Freshman year of college was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to meet new people, to figure out who I wanted to be. I had imagined late-night study sessions, a few parties here and there, maybe making a group of friends I'd keep for life. What I hadn't expected was my roommate, Jason. Jason was quiet, at least around me. He didn't bother me, never crossed any boundaries, and we got along fine in that we mostly left each other alone. I could tell right away he was into some heavy stuff. His eyes were always red, and he always looked exhausted. He never did anything in front of me, though, and it never really affected me, so I never had the guts to say anything. That's how it is in college. People do their own thing. You mind your business, and they mind theirs. He had this weird routine. Every day, he'd say he was going fishing. He'd grab his fishing rod, make a big show of it, then disappear for half an hour. When he came back, he'd be high out of his mind, slurring his words, his pupils blown out. The thing was, there wasn't a lake, river, or even a pond within 30 miles of campus. There was nowhere to fish, but I never called him out on it. If he wanted to pretend he was fishing, that was his business. One day, he told me he was going fishing with some friends. That wasn't unusual. I just nodded and went back to whatever I was doing. I barely even noticed when he left. But about 20 minutes later, I heard pounding on my dorm door. When I opened it, Jason was on the floor, unconscious. Two guys I'd never seen before stood over him, out of breath. One of them looked at me and said he fell asleep. We had to carry him back. Then, without another word, they turned around and left. For a second, I just stood there, not knowing what to do. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Jason was completely still, his face pale. I dragged him into our room, struggling to lift his dead weight. I managed to get him onto the couch. His breathing was shallow, almost non-existent. I poured water on his face, shook him, slapped his cheeks, but nothing worked. That's when I panicked. I ran down the hall to find the RA. When I told him what was happening, he ran back with me, and we called campus police. Within minutes, our tiny dorm room was filled with officers and paramedics. One of them checked his pulse and looked up at the others. We got nothing. Start CPR. I backed up against the wall as they worked, trying to revive him. 8 people crowded into the room, shouting commands, taking turns compressing his chest. One of them grabbed a defibrillator, ripped open his shirt, and shocked him. His body jerked, but he didn't wake up. They did it again. Nothing. Then again. Finally, he gasped, his body arching off the couch. He sat up so fast it startled everyone. His eyes darted around wildly, unfocused, red, full of rage. He started swinging his fists, landing blows on the paramedics and officers closest to him. They pinned him down, trying to calm him. His eyes landed on me, and something in his expression changed. His fists clenched, and he started shouting at me, swearing, screaming. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. His face twisted with anger, his eyes bloodshot and wild. I didn't say anything. What was I supposed to say? I had just saved his life. They took him away that night. He was expelled from school, no second chances. The university had strict policies on drug use, and he had already been on probation. He was gone just like that. Months passed. I moved on, threw myself into schoolwork, tried to forget about it. But then one night, I got a text from an unknown number. You ruined my life. You'll pay for this. I stared at the message for a long time. I thought about responding, but what could I say? He had nearly died, and I had done what anyone else would have done. I deleted the message and tried to put it out of my mind. It's been 6 years now. I never saw him again. Never heard from him after that one message. At first, I was always looking over my shoulder, half expecting him to show up somewhere, but he never did. Maybe he forgot about it. Maybe he moved on. Maybe he didn't. Sometimes late at night, I still think about the way he looked at me when he woke up. That raw, violent hatred. Like I had done something to him, like I was his enemy. I wonder where he is now, if he ever got his life together. If he ever thinks about me. I don't think he's going to come after me. If he wanted to, he would have done it by now. But that doesn't mean I don't think about him. And it doesn't mean I don't check my locks every night before I go to sleep. Freshman year of college was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to meet new people, to figure out who I wanted to be. I had imagined late-night study sessions, a few parties here and there, maybe making a group of friends I'd keep for life. What I hadn't expected was my roommate, Jason. Jason was quiet, at least around me. He didn't bother me, never crossed any boundaries, and we got along fine in that we mostly left each other alone. I could tell right away he was into some heavy stuff. His eyes were always red, and he always looked exhausted. He never did anything in front of me, though, and it never really affected me, so I never had the guts to say anything. That's how it is in college. People do their own thing. You mind your business, and they mind theirs. He had this weird routine. Every day, he'd say he was going fishing. He'd grab his fishing rod, make a big show of it, then disappear for half an hour. When he came back, he'd be high out of his mind, slurring his words, his pupils blown out. The thing was, there wasn't a lake, river, or even a pond within 30 miles of campus. There was nowhere to fish, but I never called him out on it. If he wanted to pretend he was fishing, that was his business. One day, he told me he was going fishing with some friends. That wasn't unusual. I just nodded and went back to whatever I was doing. I barely even noticed when he left. But about 20 minutes later, I heard pounding on my dorm door. When I opened it, Jason was on the floor, unconscious. Two guys I'd never seen before stood over him, out of breath. One of them looked at me and said he fell asleep. We had to carry him back. Then, without another word, they turned around and left. For a second, I just stood there, not knowing what to do. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. Jason was completely still, his face pale. I dragged him into our room, struggling to lift his dead weight. I managed to get him onto the couch. His breathing was shallow, almost non-existent. I poured water on his face, shook him, slapped his cheeks, but nothing worked. That's when I panicked. I ran down the hall to find the RA. When I told him what was happening, he ran back with me, and we called campus police. Within minutes, our tiny dorm room was filled with officers and paramedics. One of them checked his pulse and looked up at the others. We got nothing. Start CPR. I backed up against the wall as they worked, trying to revive him. 8 people crowded into the room, shouting commands, taking turns compressing his chest. One of them grabbed a defibrillator, ripped open his shirt, and shocked him. His body jerked, but he didn't wake up. They did it again. Nothing. Then again. Finally, he gasped, his body arching off the couch. He sat up so fast it startled everyone. His eyes darted around wildly, unfocused, red, full of rage. He started swinging his fists, landing blows on the paramedics and officers closest to him. They pinned him down, trying to calm him. His eyes landed on me, and something in his expression changed. His fists clenched, and he started shouting at me, swearing, screaming. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. His face twisted with anger, his eyes bloodshot and wild. I didn't say anything. What was I supposed to say? I had just saved his life. They took him away that night. He was expelled from school, no second chances. The university had strict policies on drug use, and he had already been on probation. He was gone just like that. Months passed. I moved on, threw myself into schoolwork, tried to forget about it. But then one night, I got a text from an unknown number. You ruined my life. You'll pay for this. I stared at the message for a long time. I thought about responding, but what could I say? He had nearly died, and I had done what anyone else would have done. I deleted the message and tried to put it out of my mind. It's been 6 years now. I never saw him again. Never heard from him after that one message. At first, I was always looking over my shoulder, half expecting him to show up somewhere, but he never did. Maybe he forgot about it. Maybe he moved on. Maybe he didn't. Sometimes late at night, I still think about the way he looked at me when he woke up. That raw, violent hatred. Like I had done something to him, like I was his enemy. I wonder where he is now, if he ever got his life together. If he ever thinks about me. I don't think he's going to come after me. If he wanted to, he would have done it by now. But that doesn't mean I don't think about him. And it doesn't mean I don't check my locks every night before I go to sleep. I never thought I'd end up writing about Rachel like this. It feels almost wrong, like I'm violating something sacred. I don't know how to explain it, but writing this down is the only way I can really deal with everything. I hope you'll understand why. Rachel was one of those people who made you feel like you mattered, even if you were just a stranger. She had that warmth, that effortless love that just radiated off of her. You know the type, always ready to offer a hug, to give a compliment, or to do something kind just because. She was the kind of person who couldn't walk through a room without smiling at everyone. Her smile was like a lighthouse in a stormy sea, pulling everyone toward her. It was impossible to feel bad when she was around. She had a way of making you feel like the most important person in the world, like nothing could ever go wrong when she was near. I had a massive crush on her, but I couldn't bring myself to admit it. It was stupid, really, to think that someone like Rachel could feel the same way about me. We texted all the time and talked on the phone often. I didn't want to ruin our friendship by telling her how I felt, so I kept it all to myself. But I remember the way she would laugh, the way she'd look at me when she told me something funny. It made my heart flutter. I never thought I'd feel the way I did when I was around her, but I kept those feelings locked away, hoping things would never change. Her mom owned a little shop in the same strip mall where I worked. It was one of those small, charming stores with vintage items and handmade crafts. Rachel and her mom were regulars at our shop, always stopping by to chat. At first, it was just Rachel coming in to say hi, to ask how things were going. But eventually, her mom would come in, too, and they'd both sit down with us, talking like they'd known us forever. They were so kind, and they just had that presence, you know? Like you were part of their family the moment you met them. Rachel had a brother, Tony. I remember thinking Tony was such a quiet kid, always hanging out by himself. He was about 7 years younger than Rachel, around 13 when I first met him. Despite his age, Tony was extremely bright, way smarter than I was at that age. He was the kind of kid who would say something so intelligent that you'd wonder if he'd skipped a few grades. He'd often come by the shop when he wasn't at school, just hanging out with the staff, helping with whatever he could. He was a good kid, respectful, always polite. It was impossible not to like him. He had this way about him, a calm and easygoing nature that made him easy to talk to. But even then, there was something about him that didn't sit quite right. Maybe it was because he was so quiet, or maybe it was just me being paranoid, but I always felt like I couldn't get a read on him. One night, I was home when I heard the news. I couldn't believe it when I first heard what had happened. I thought someone had gotten the story wrong. I thought it was some kind of mistake, some weird rumor that didn't make any sense. But then, the details started coming in. I was shocked, frozen in place. It wasn't a mistake. It was real. Rachel had been downstairs, just relaxing, watching TV. It was a regular night, nothing out of the ordinary. Tony, her little brother, had come down from the upstairs, and out of nowhere, he pulled out a pistol and shot Rachel. Multiple times. It didn't make sense. Rachel, the most loving, caring person I'd ever met, she didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve anything like that. Tony wasn't done. After shooting his sister, he started walking upstairs, where he was going to shoot their parents. But somehow, their dad managed to wrestle the gun away from Tony before he could do anything more. Can you imagine that? 1 second, you're trying to save your kid's life, and the next, you're fighting him off with everything you have. Tony didn't seem remorseful. He didn't cry. He didn't apologize. When he was asked why he did it, he didn't give any clear answer. He didn't know. He said he didn't know why he killed Rachel. His eyes were cold, emotionless. It was as if the kid who had once been so calm, so intelligent, had just snapped. But there was no explanation for it. No, he had a bad day. No, he had something on his mind. Nothing. Just an empty look. And that was it. The world had just tilted on its axis, and nothing would ever be the same. The family was devastated. Rachel was gone, and Tony was facing charges. The whole town was shaken. People were in disbelief, questioning how something like this could happen. I still couldn't wrap my head around it. I had just seen Rachel, talked to her not long ago. How could she be gone? How could someone who was so full of life just disappear? How could Tony, of all people, be the one to do it? It was surreal, and it was heart-wrenching. I had seen Rachel just days before it happened. She was so happy, so full of life. We had talked about random things, nothing important. She had talked about the future, about how she wanted to travel. She always dreamed big, but she was one of those people who actually worked toward her dreams. She had so much ahead of her. And then, just like that, she was gone. I kept replaying everything in my head. The conversations we had, the jokes we told, the stupid things I had said. I wondered if I'd missed something, if there was a clue that could have warned us. Could I have seen it in Tony's eyes? Had there been something wrong with him all along? Could I have done something to stop it? It felt wrong to even question it, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't stop feeling guilty for not seeing something, anything. Days turned into weeks. The funeral was a blur. I remember the sorrow on everyone's face, the overwhelming grief that filled the room. But it was different with Tony. He wasn't there. I don't know if he even wanted to be. His parents, Rachel's parents, were torn between mourning their daughter and trying to understand how their son had become a killer. It was a nightmare. Their world had been ripped apart, and they couldn't even figure out why. Tony's trial started not long after. It was hard to watch, seeing someone so young being put through something like that. And for what? What had pushed him to do it? He still didn't know. He had no explanation. And it wasn't just that. He showed no remorse, no feeling. How could someone be so cold? I wish I could say things got better after the trial, but they didn't. The guilt, the sadness, the confusion, it all stayed with me. I kept thinking about Rachel. I kept thinking about how she would never get the chance to do all the things she dreamed of, how she would never get to see the world, how she would never grow old. It felt like the universe had just snatched everything from her for no reason. And Tony, well, Tony was a kid. A smart kid, but a kid nonetheless. Was he a monster? Or had something broken in him? I couldn't tell you. I don't know if anyone will ever really know. Rachel's parents, they tried to rebuild. They had to. But the hole she left in their lives could never be filled. No one could replace her. No one could ever be the same as she was. Her memory still lingers, and I still think about her often. I still miss her. I miss her smile, her laughter, the way she made everyone around her feel like they were loved. Rachel was incredible. She deserved more. So much more. Life goes on, but it's never the same after something like that. You try to move forward, but you can't forget. I don't think I'll ever forget her. I just wish I had one more chance to tell her how much she meant to me, how much I appreciated her, how much I loved her, because she deserved to know that. She deserved to know that there were people who cared about her, but I never told her, and now I'll never get the chance. I still think about that day, November 11th, 2010, like it was yesterday. I had no idea that day was going to change my life forever. It started like any other ordinary evening. I lived in Karachi, Pakistan at the time, near a government building that I always thought was just another office complex. I didn't know it was a CID, Police Investigation Department, building, which, as I would later find out, was a very bad thing to have living next door to. That day, I decided to walk to the gym, which wasn't far. It was about 0.3 miles away, so I figured I'd leave my apartment, get a good workout in, and then hit the sauna afterward to relax after a long day of work. I had gotten changed quickly and left my apartment, stepping out into the humid evening air. The street was quiet, and I remember the low hum of the city all around me as I walked toward the gym. It was almost routine for me. I'd walk this same path every other day, the evening traffic buzzing in the distance, the occasional motorbike whizzing past. The heat of the city in November was still lingering in the air, and I could hear the faint sounds of car horns and people chatting along the sidewalks. The gym wasn't far, just a few minutes walk, and I was lost in my thoughts, thinking about the workout ahead. I'd hardly walked 10 minutes, maybe not even that, when I felt the ground beneath me tremble. It was brief, almost imperceptible, like someone had stomped their foot hard on the ground far away. But before I could process it, there was an explosion. No, not an explosion, a bang, a sound so deafening it felt like it came from within my skull. I don't even remember how or when I hit the ground. All I knew was that my ears were ringing so loudly it was like they were about to burst. Blood trickled from my ears, and the pain was unbearable. It felt like someone had kicked me in the chest with enough force to knock the wind out of me. My body was still reeling from the shock, and I could feel the vibrations in my chest as I struggled to breathe. It wasn't just me. The entire area seemed to come alive with chaos. Car alarms started blaring in every direction, echoing through the streets like a chorus of distress. Glass shattered, and I could hear the crashing sound of windows breaking all around me. I rolled over onto my stomach, still trying to cover my ears, as dirt and debris rained down on me. I remember the smell of gunpowder and something else, something burnt, almost like the smell of meat cooking over an open flame. It made me sick to my stomach, and I gagged as I pushed myself up from the dirt. My head was spinning, and my vision was blurry, but I couldn't stay on the ground. I had to figure out what had just happened. As I tried to stand, my legs felt weak, and I stumbled, my body still not fully processing the shock. It wasn't just the pain that overwhelmed me. It was the noise, the deafening, relentless noise. Every instinct told me to run, but I didn't know where to go. I moved through the streets, disoriented and stunned. The scene around me was something out of a nightmare. People were running in every direction, screaming, crying, their faces etched with terror. I saw cars on fire, their hoods crumpled like paper, and dead bodies lying on the ground, their limbs twisted in unnatural ways. There were people screaming for help, but there was nothing anyone could do. It was a war zone. I kept moving, my mind struggling to make sense of it all. The once familiar streets had turned into a scene of pure devastation. There were cracks in the walls of buildings, large, jagged gaps where the force of the blast had torn through the concrete. Some buildings were gone entirely, reduced to rubble. In one spot, there was a massive crater, a 30-foot wide hole filled with water from a broken pipe or some other source. The CID building, which had been right across from where I lived, was no longer there. It had been completely obliterated. All that remained was a massive void. The smell of burning flesh was thick in the air, and I could see pieces of human skin and flesh scattered around the area. I remember picking a small piece of skin off my arm, not believing what I was holding. It wasn't mine. It couldn't be. But there it was, sticky and warm in my hand, and I could feel the horror rising in my chest. I kept walking, my body on autopilot, not fully understanding what I was seeing. People were crying, some of them unable to move because their legs were gone, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. I could see a woman in the distance, crying uncontrollably as she held what was left of her husband. His torso was missing, his legs nowhere to be found. She hid herself in desperation, her screams piercing the air, but no one could help her. No one could help anyone. The worst part, though, the part that will stay with me forever, was a young man. He couldn't have been older than 18 or 20. He was lying on the ground, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. His feet were facing the wrong way, and his head was turned, his eyes staring straight at me. The shock in his face, the terror frozen in his gaze, will never leave me. I could see him clearly, his eyes wide with pain and confusion, his body contorted, but there was no life in him. His neck was turned so that his face was directly looking into mine, and it felt like he was reaching out, pleading with me, even though I knew he was long gone. I didn't know how long I stood there, staring at him. I couldn't look away. I wanted to, but I couldn't. His face haunted me. The last expression of terror burned into my memory. After what felt like an eternity, the police arrived, along with media vans. The chaos intensified as they tried to make sense of the situation, securing the area and pulling people from the rubble. I couldn't stay. I turned and left the scene, making my way back home as quickly as I could. But the image of that young man's eyes stayed with me, following me every step of the way. When I got home, I collapsed on my bed, my mind still trying to process everything I had just witnessed. The blood in my ears slowly stopped, but the ringing remained. I couldn't escape the sound of the explosion, the screams of the injured, the smell of burning flesh. It was like I had brought the trauma back with me. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that boy's face again, his eyes locked onto mine. For the next few weeks, it got worse. I couldn't get away from him. It didn't matter where I was, at home, at work, or out in the city, I kept seeing him. He would stand in my hallway at night, staring into my soul with those wide, terrified eyes. I would wake up in a cold sweat, screaming, my heart racing as if the blast had just happened again. I didn't tell anyone, not even my family. How could I? How could I explain the terror I felt when I saw that face? It was like he was haunting me, not in a supernatural way, but in a way that made me question my sanity. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just my mind processing the trauma, but deep down, I knew it was more than that. That kid's eyes, his final expression of fear, was something I couldn't shake. Eventually, the visions started to fade, but they never fully left. Even now, years later, the slightest bang or loud noise sends a shiver down my spine. It reminds me of the shockwave, the deafening sound, the destruction, and that boy's eyes staring at me from the wreckage. I try to push it out of my mind, but it's always there, lurking in the back of my thoughts. I've moved on with my life. I live in the UK now, far away from the streets of Karachi, but that day, that blast, will always be with me. Every time I hear a loud sound, I can't help but freeze, and for a split second, I'm back there, standing in the rubble, surrounded by chaos, with that boy's eyes still haunting me. I met him when I was 18. His name was James. He was 31, ex-military, and the son of a Methodist preacher. He worked for a well-known farmer in the area, and his Facebook profile made him seem like a good man, a solid man, someone I could trust. Looking back now, I can't believe how blind I was. It started with a friend request. We talked for a while online before he suggested meeting up. When he finally came, he pulled up in a shiny pickup truck, his voice deep and confident. I was nervous at first, but after a few beers, that nervousness faded into something else entirely. That night, I ended up in the back of his truck, on top of a sleeping bag and blanket setup that, in hindsight, should have told me everything I needed to know. Later, I asked him if I was the youngest girl he'd ever done this with. He told me no. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time, just a fact. But that fact should have made me run. He met my mother, sat in my living room like he belonged there. He played the part of a good man so well. We spent time together over the next few months, and I fell hard. I thought he was everything I wanted. Someone older, someone stable, someone who knew the world better than I did. I was stupid. Then he met my best friend. She was younger than me, a minor, and he became obsessed with her. I should have been furious, but I was blinded by the way I felt about him. Instead of leaving, I let myself believe that we could all be together, that it could work somehow, that it wasn't what it really was. But something changed in her. She wasn't herself anymore. I saw it happening in front of me, and I still ignored it. He spent less and less time with me and more time with her. I told myself it was jealousy. I told myself I was overreacting. Until one day, he just disappeared. No explanation. No closure. Just gone. And with him, so was she. I cut ties with her. I thought she had chosen him over me. I didn't know. I didn't understand what was really happening. Not yet. 9 days passed, and I finally broke. I sent him a text. Told him he hadn't spoken to me in over a week. That it was over. He responded with a single word. Oh, that was the last time I ever heard from him. A month later, the sheriff's department arrested him on drug charges. That was all anyone knew at first. But then the real story came out. The detectives had been watching him for months. Watching me too. The same black car that always seemed to be parked near my house? That was them. The Kansas Bureau of Investigation had been gathering evidence. And what they found was worse than anything I could have ever imagined. He had 5 girls locked in an abandoned barn. In the dead of winter. Girls my age. Girls I might have known. And my best friend? He had been drugging her. Shooting her up with God knows what. Letting men climb through her bedroom window while she was too out of her mind to stop them. She never told me. She never said a word. She knew how much I loved him, and she didn't want to hurt me. He took a plea bargain. He's in prison now. But that doesn't undo the damage. That doesn't erase the hell he put those girls through. It doesn't change the fact that I was right there, and I didn't see it. I didn't do anything. For years, I couldn't talk about it without rage swallowing me whole. Without tears choking me. But hindsight is cruel. I see it all now. Every sign. Every warning I ignored. I thought I was in love. I thought he was someone special. I thank God I never got pregnant. I thank God my best friend survived. But nothing will ever make me forget. Be careful who you trust. Be careful who you let into your life. Because monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like the man you love. It was one of those late afternoons in Cuba when the sun starts to set, casting long shadows over the fields. My dad, a man of logic, reason, and skepticism, had always scoffed at anything paranormal. Growing up on a farm in the countryside of Cuba, he'd witnessed a lot of strange things, but his mind never entertained any idea that couldn't be explained by science or common sense. He was a rational man, someone who didn't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything beyond what could be seen and touched. Fear, for him, was something reserved for real dangers, not for things that couldn't be proven or explained. That afternoon, he had been working out in the fields, tending to the crops, making sure everything was in order before the night fully took hold. The air was thick with the humidity of the Cuban countryside, and the evening was settling in, turning everything a deep shade of purple and blue. The heat from the day had not yet fully disappeared, and the crickets and other insects had begun their evening chorus, filling the air with their incessant noise. He worked diligently, knowing he'd have to wrap up soon if he didn't want to be caught outside after dark. His family's farm, though familiar, was vast, and the night came quickly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the land around him seemed to sink into darkness, with only the faint light of the moon giving him enough visibility to make his way back to the house. My dad was no stranger to this place. He grew up there, surrounded by the fields and trees. He knew every inch of it, from the tallest oak to the smallest stream. The dark didn't scare him. He'd been out in the fields at night more times than he could count. He always felt a sense of peace being out there, alone, with only the sounds of the land around him to keep him company. But this night, something was different. Something didn't feel right. As he walked toward the clearing near the house, a strong, nauseating smell hit him. It was a scent that stopped him dead in his tracks, a smell of rotting meat. It was so intense and so foul that it made his stomach turn. At first, he thought maybe a wild animal had died nearby, perhaps a pig or some other farm animal. But the stench was unlike anything he'd ever smelled before, so putrid, so thick, it seemed to cling to the air, refusing to dissipate. His first instinct was to go around it, to walk away from whatever was causing the smell. But curiosity got the better of him. He cautiously moved forward, scanning the darkness with the limited visibility provided by the pale moonlight. The smell grew stronger as he approached the edge of the clearing, where his house stood, nestled against the trees. There, standing in the middle of the clearing, was a creature. My dad froze. He didn't know what he was looking at. The thing before him was unlike anything he had ever seen. It stood like a horse, tall and muscular, but there was something fundamentally wrong about it. The creature had no head. At first glance, it almost seemed like a trick of the light, like maybe the shadows were playing tricks on his eyes. But as he took another step forward, he saw it more clearly. No head, no neck, just a body standing there in the moonlight. It wasn't just a stump where a head should be, no. The skin on its neck was smooth, like it had never had a head to begin with. No open, fleshy wound or gaping hole, just smooth, unbroken fur, like it had been born this way. My dad was no stranger to the oddities of the farm, having seen plenty of strange things in his time. Unusual animals, odd behaviors from the livestock. But this was something else. Something that couldn't be explained away. He was too stunned to move for a moment, just staring at the creature. The fear didn't come all at once. It was a slow build, creeping up his spine like a shadow. The more he stared at the creature, the more his gut twisted in discomfort. There was something wrong with it. He couldn't place it. But whatever it was, it filled him with a deep, gnawing dread that he couldn't shake. It wasn't just the weirdness of the creature itself. It was the stillness. The thing wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. There was no rise and fall of its chest, no sound of hooves shifting in the dirt. It was like a statue, frozen in place. The longer he stood there, the more uncomfortable he became. His skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. He tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an illusion, maybe his mind was playing tricks on him. But deep down, he knew that what he was looking at wasn't normal, and it wasn't right. With a deep breath, he cautiously circled the creature, trying to get a better look from different angles. Maybe it was some sort of wild animal, maybe it had been injured, or maybe it was a hallucination from the exhaustion of a long day's work. But as he moved around it, still, it didn't breathe. It didn't move a single inch. His heart began to race, and the fear settled into the pit of his stomach like a rock. His instincts screamed at him to run, to get away from whatever this was, but his feet wouldn't move. He was paralyzed, caught between his rational mind telling him it was just a trick of the light, and his gut telling him that something was horribly wrong. The stench of rotting meat intensified as he got closer, but it wasn't just the smell that made his stomach churn. It was the absolute stillness of the creature, the way it stood there unmoving, like it was waiting for something. Waiting for him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he couldn't take it anymore. His body took over, and he turned on his heel, running as fast as he could toward the house. His feet barely touched the ground as he sprinted, the fear flooding through him like a rush of cold water. The world around him blurred as he focused on reaching the safety of the house, his mind only centered on getting away from whatever that thing was. By the time he reached the porch, his breath was ragged, and his chest was tight with panic. He had to force himself to stop, to breathe, to make sense of what had just happened. But his mind couldn't make sense of it. The image of that creature, standing in the clearing without a head, without breath, without life, it stayed with him like a shadow that wouldn't go away. He didn't tell anyone at first. Not right away. What could he say? That he'd seen a creature without a head standing in the moonlight? That didn't make any sense. He had always prided himself on being a man of reason, of logic, of science. To admit that he had seen something he couldn't explain, something that defied all rational thought, that was a hard pill to swallow. But the fear lingered. It gnawed at him, eating away at his thoughts. Over the next few days, he couldn't shake the memory of that creature. He found himself unable to sleep, his mind constantly drifting back to that night. His usual confidence was replaced by an uneasy tension. He kept thinking about that creature's smooth neck, the unnatural stillness, the smell of decay that clung to the air. And then, over the course of the following weeks, he began to hear stories from other family members. Strange things happening on the farm, odd occurrences that couldn't be explained. One of his cousins, while working the fields, claimed to have seen something moving in the trees at the edge of the property, something tall and dark, but with no real shape. Another time, his aunt swore she had heard strange, heavy breathing while walking near the barn at night. And one of his uncles had seen something just outside the tree line, moving in a way that was unlike any animal he had ever seen. All of these stories were unsettling, but none of them compared to what my dad had experienced. To him, the worst part was not just what he saw, it was the feeling it left behind, the sense of dread that followed him long after the creature was gone. It wasn't like any animal he had encountered on the farm, and it wasn't like anything that could be explained by his usual understanding of the world. Eventually, he stopped trying to make sense of it. He didn't tell anyone else, but he couldn't forget it. That creature, that headless horse standing in the moonlight, haunted his thoughts in a way he couldn't explain. He learned to live with the fear, to suppress it, but it was always there, lurking just beneath the surface. I never forgot the way he looked when he told me the story, the goosebumps on his arms, the way his voice faltered slightly when he described the creature. My dad didn't believe in the supernatural. He didn't believe in ghosts or demons. He didn't believe in things that couldn't be explained. But whatever he saw that night, whatever was standing in the clearing, shook him in a way that nothing else ever had. And it shook me too, because if someone as rational, as grounded in reality as my dad could be scared of something like that, then maybe, just maybe, there was something to be afraid of after all. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. I remember the night before it all went down. I had kissed my wife goodnight and told the kids to get some sleep. We had plans for the weekend, nothing special, just a trip to the park, some time in the backyard. A normal Saturday. But that's the thing, nothing ever seems abnormal until it's too late. You don't realize how quickly your life can change, how a few minutes can ruin everything you thought you knew about safety, family, trust. The thing that scares me most isn't that it happened, but that it could happen to anyone. To me, to my family. That night in Cheshire, Connecticut, a family just like mine was targeted by two men who had no reason, no purpose other than their own sick pleasure. I had heard about it a while ago, in passing, a quick news blip. The kind of thing that you hear, shake your head at, and move on from. A man and his wife, their two daughters, all held hostage by two strangers who decided their house would be their next target. It sounded unreal at the time, too horrible to be true. But the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't shake the thought. What if that was my family? Two men followed the wife and oldest daughter home from the grocery store. Normal, everyday people. No different than anyone else. It wasn't a robbery gone wrong. It wasn't some targeted thing where these people had enemies. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. They weren't prepared for the nightmare that was about to unfold. The men forced their way into the house once the family was inside, trapping them in their own home. The husband was knocked unconscious quickly. No time to fight back, no time to defend his family. The wife and daughters were restrained. The two men had planned everything, down to the smallest detail. They tied the family up in separate rooms, making sure they couldn't escape or get to any weapons. They didn't care. They had time. What came next was beyond comprehension. These two men weren't just robbers. They were animals. The first thing they did was to separate the husband and wife from the children, taking the wife with them as they forced her into the car. The oldest daughter, barely a teenager, tried to scream for help, but no one could hear her. I can't imagine what it was like for her, knowing what was coming, knowing there was nothing she could do to save herself or her sister. The wife was driven to a bank. This part still chills me. She somehow, in that state of pure terror, managed to communicate with the bank teller. She said it clearly. She was being held hostage, her family was in danger, and she needed the police. The bank teller knew immediately that something was wrong and called the cops, but it didn't make a difference. She hoped, desperately I think, that the men would take the money and leave, but it wasn't that simple. These two had something else planned. Back at the house, the father was still tied up. I don't know how long it took for him to snap out of it, to fight through the fear and the ropes. When he finally broke free, he ran, adrenaline pushing him to escape, to save whoever he could. But the cops had already been alerted. They knew the danger. They had blocked off the entire area, knowing that the situation could get worse at any moment. They had the perimeter secured, but they didn't act. They waited. And because they waited, 2 innocent girls lost their lives in the worst way possible. The men returned to the house, dragging the wife back inside. The father was out of sight by then, his escape a flicker of hope that was short-lived. The 2 men had their way with the family. They raped and murdered the daughters, right in front of their mother. She begged, she screamed, but it didn't matter. Nothing did. The men took what they wanted. They made her watch the death of her children, her world crashing down in a matter of minutes. And then the worst part. The men weren't finished. They took the wife to another room, and that's when they began dousing the house with gasoline. They didn't care if anyone was still alive. They didn't care that the fire department was on standby. They wanted to burn it all. The husband had gotten out, and I can only imagine what that was like. The guilt, the helplessness, the terror of not being able to save his family in time. By the time the cops realized he was no longer in the house, it was too late. The wife was dead, and the house was burning. The fire didn't take long to consume the house, but it was slow enough that the police and firefighters had a chance to respond. By then, though, it was all over. The house was a shell, a ruin, and nothing could bring back those girls. Nothing could undo the horror that those 2 men inflicted. What gets to me the most is the fact that it could have been avoided. The police knew what was happening. They had the wife's cry for help. They had the father's escape. But they didn't act in time. They waited, and it cost those girls their lives. I'll never understand how they thought waiting it out was the best option. It was an opportunity to save lives, but they blew it. This story isn't just a story for me. It's a nightmare that feels too real. I don't know if it's because I have a wife and kids, or if it's just the randomness of it all, but it keeps me up at night. I wonder what would happen if someone came for us. If my family were targeted, if we were caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. The worst part is, I know it can happen, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I think about what I'd do if it were me in that situation. How would I protect my family? How would I keep them safe when there's no way out? There's no guide for this, no right way to handle something so brutal, so random. The feeling of helplessness haunts me. The knowledge that anyone can be a target, that we could be a target, is the kind of thing that eats at your mind every day. I can't help but feel responsible sometimes. I think about how, if I had been more aware, maybe I would have done something differently. Maybe I would have noticed the signs or been more cautious. But the truth is, no one can prepare for something like this. No one can be ready for the worst. You just live your life, and one day, it could all be taken from you in an instant. It's a constant fear, a nagging thought in the back of my head. Every time I leave the house, every time I kiss my wife and kids goodbye, I think about that family. I think about what happened in Cheshire, and I wonder if we could be next. The thought keeps me up at night, but more than that, it drives me to protect them harder. To make sure they know how much I love them, how much I will do to keep them safe. I will never take a moment for granted again. I will never let my guard down, because I know how easily everything can slip away. And I'll keep thinking about that family. The wife who hoped, against all odds, that her nightmare would end. The father who couldn't save his children. The 2 girls who never stood a chance. It could have been anyone. And I can't shake the thought that, one day, it could be us. That's the true horror. The fear that none of us are safe, no matter how normal our lives seem.